boss?
Not a whole lot. How are you doing?
Good. We need to get together sometime, maybe late in the week or early next week.
Can I start her up right now?
Pack stuff.
I don't know if this is you doing the public health.
Yeah.
Oh, shit. Must be
They're going to do like their pledge of allegiance ceremony first. I need to put one on the topic. You have to check it. I don't know what it actually does.
I used to take the
Well, it's not a good day when you're taking it this early in the morning.
Yeah, I used to take those.
It's just, there's a lot of,
There it goes.
It's just,
Big one.
yeah.
not black or white.
Computer's doing a lot right now. This computer. Necessarily the best.
Oh, and then he's a... Good morning, Jaime.
Good morning. How are you, Anthony?
Thank you.
Hello, sir.
I was going to say, what's with the shades?
Hey, you should wear those the whole meeting.
Takes a while.
All right, gentlemen, madams, the mics are on. Thank you for coming to today's Board of Supervisors meeting for March 28th, 2017. Roll call. Call to order at 9:01. Can I have a pledge of allegiance by Supervisor Mark Medina? Can I have an acknowledged certificate of posting?
So move.
Is there a second? Second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Against, motion carries 5-0. Presentations and recognitions. Today, the board is going to approve a proclamation designating the week of April 3rd, 2007 to April 9th, 2017 as Public Health Week in San Benito County. Is there a motion on the table?
So move.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Against, motion carries. Jim, do you wish to make a presentation?
Yes. I'd like to introduce our new public health officer, who you've met before, Dr. Gail Newell, and she'll run you through the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm here with my San Benito County pin on, which was a gift from one of you. Thank you.
Good, I got one too.
Thank you for the opportunity and privilege to present to you and tell you a little bit about our plans for the upcoming Public Health Week for San Benito County. National Public Health Week is next week, and so we're coordinating our local activities along with the national activities. And although I've just been with San Benito County for a few weeks now, I've been made to feel very much at home and can assure you that your public health team and Health and Human Services Agency is a dedicated, capable group, and I feel very fortunate to be able to be part of that group. The theme this year for National Public Health Week is working to make America the healthiest nation in one generation, or for short, the healthiest generation 2030. So our goal is, as this generation approaches adulthood in year 2030, that we're going to be the healthiest nation in the world. So that's we've got a long way to go, though. At this point, we're number 46 in the world. So. And I'm going to tell you a little bit about where San Benito County falls in our state with statistics that were just released last week. So how do we in San Benito County plan to make our communities the healthiest communities that they can be? Well, it takes all of us, not just the traditional healthcare workers like the hospitals and the physicians and the public health team, but everyone in the community as well. And we need to build communities where everyone can live, work, learn, and play in the safest and healthiest ways. So let me tell you about how we're going to celebrate, and we invite you to celebrate Public Health Week along with us. So Monday's theme is emergency preparedness. We're going to be distributing information both in writing and on our website about how to prepare an emergency supply kit. And we want our community members to be prepared for emergency situations like this one earlier this year. I think you're all familiar with flood scenes from earlier in 2017. This is over Lover's Lane area in northern San Benito County. Here we see Congressman Jimmy Panetta. At right is Supervisor Mark Medina. And at left, OES Kevin O'Neill at the flood site, evaluating the site from an emergency and environmental point of view. And I want to let you know that the public health team played a role in assessing the flood site, looking at concerns about public health and safety, and our then interim health officer, Dr. Fensterscheib, was on the scene and issued several health alerts about well contamination and how to obtain safe drinking water. On Tuesday, we're going to be celebrating our families with an emphasis on maternal, child, and adolescent health. That morning, we're going to be hosting a continuing education event for our county's physicians, nurses, and lactation specialists, and anyone else who's interested in the world of breastfeeding. It's going to be featuring Dr. Raylene Phillips, a renowned neonatologist and breastfeeding expert from Loma Linda University. Hazel Hawkins Memorial Hospital is hosting the event at San Juan Oaks. We outgrew the conference rooms at the hospital because registration has been so robust, so we're very excited about that. And this is going to help us move toward baby-friendly certification, which is a breastfeeding support status that's required by California law now, and we're required to get the hospital there by 2025. So this is a step in that direction. And of course, the healthiest generation, 2030, starts with infancy, and even before that, with healthy pregnancies and healthy preconception health. And we want to keep our precious San Benito County babies safe, so we sponsor several car seat checkups every year. Nationwide, studies show that 75% of infant and children's car seats are incorrectly installed. So we're working with our law enforcement partners, hosting car seat checkups every year. This one in the local Kmart parking lot. Here's public health staff Erica Vayin working with a family that needs 2 seats. And here's our CHP partner Chris Maselli doing a final inspection with a big thumbs up. On Wednesday, we're going to be celebrating our work in environmental health. And when we talk about the environment and public health, we're talking about both our natural environment as well as our built environment. This illustrates the area of environmental health in which we work, not areas you would traditionally think of as health-related necessarily, but absolutely critical in building healthy communities. Here we see public health staff Victor Anyena working with the sheriff and his team looking at the flood site. And here's Olga Vargas inspecting a food station. Olga is also with the public health team. And possibly the simplest single measure you can take to protect your health and the health of others is to wash your hands. Just a reminder from our public health team. And this is before and after food preparation, after using the bathroom, after sneezing or coughing into your hands, especially during flu season, after changing diapers and caring for sick children. On Thursday, the spotlight is on wellness. We want all individuals to make the best choices in order to live the healthiest lives they can, making good food choices, exercising regularly, drinking in moderation, if at all, and avoiding tobacco and drugs. But we also want to make sure that we can make the healthy choice the easy choice. So we in public health are working on that, on helping to make a community supporting the best choices. We invite you to come and walk with us on Thursday, April 6th from noon to 1. And you'll be getting more information about this, but we're hoping for 300 participants here downtown. So school salad bars are another way that this community is making it easier for our community members to make healthy choices, and this is a local school in Hollister. We work hard at tobacco education. Here, public health staff Ariana Melendez is telling us that smoking smells really bad, and doing tobacco education to help individuals make the right choice. Some individuals need to quit, but more importantly, we're focusing on prevention so others don't ever start, especially our young people. And we can support healthy choices with good policies in place also, and that's where you all come in with those good policies. And we're very happy that the City of Hollister was an early adopter of tobacco-free pharmacies last year, and this is a group of community members working with our public health team to let the City Council of Hollister know how they felt about tobacco-free pharmacies. And we were the first rural city in California to adopt a tobacco-free pharmacy measure. So that's a really big deal. 6th jurisdiction in the state. So another example of promoting safe and healthy foods is the SNAP Ed work that we do with our public health team promoting healthy nutrition choices. And I think you'll recognize these folks, Supervisor Jaime de la Cruz and Mayor Ignacio Velasquez, walking in the annual Walk in Her Shoes, raising awareness about domestic violence. Thank you for your good work. TGIF, we're on to traditional public health measures, the ones you might think of more often from public health. This is how public health started 100 years ago, and we're still working hard on these measures. Here we are with our staff training Gavilan College nursing students for the upcoming flu clinic as we launched into flu season last year. Here's Deputy Director Lynn Mello vaccinating while Superman looks on. Juvenile Hall nurse Lori Ellison giving a flu vaccine to Sheriff Darren Thompson. Good job, Sheriff. And we're keeping tabs on the Zika virus, another mosquito transmitted infections. We just received a Zika grant to continue work on this issue within our own county. And although we haven't had any Zika transmission here from our own county's mosquitoes, we have had a travel case and will continue to monitor Zika closely. Our week of celebration ends on Saturday with a daycare health summit at the Ridgemark Golf Club banquet room, learning to protect the healthiest generation to come. And here's my closing question for you is, where do you think that San Benito County ranks in health among the 58 counties in California? This was just released information on Friday.
Number 1.
We should be number 1. And we're doing pretty well, but we have room to grow. You can see us there. We're in the light green color, and that means that we're in the second tier of ranking out of 4, and we're number 17 out of the 57 counties that were ranked. Last year we were number 11, so we're going to look at what factors may have caused that slip in status, but we'll keep working on that. And we can give you more information as that data becomes clearer if you would like. So thank you for this, and thank you for the acknowledgement of our upcoming Public Health Week.
Thank you for a great presentation. Any comments from fellow supervisors?
Or questions?
No question? No. Thank you.
I guess I have.
Supervisor Rivas?
I have a question. Maybe it's just a comment. I don't know. Just because I read an article recently, and it was a great presentation. I'd like to know the metrics of how we determine, the health of counties. But the one thing that was startling is obviously we're going, nationwide, we're going through this healthcare debate. And it was brought to my attention that over the next year, our governor is proposing, or has stated, his administration say that Medi-Cal is going to cost more than $100 billion. So we we anticipate all this spending. We're spending more on health care now in this state than we ever have. But the question remains, are we healthier? And I would say, I'm not any healthier. My residents and my constituents aren't any healthier. So when we talk about the health of our county, what I would like to see in the future, a presentation, is what can we do at the local level to ensure that wellness will increase in our communities, if that makes sense.
Fantastic.
So,
That's exactly the kind of thinking that we need to be doing.
Okay, so come back in about 2 months or so and try to bring in a plan on Supervisor Rios' recommendations.
Will do.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Okay, let's move on. Public comment. This is an opportunity for the public to address the board on items of interest not appearing on the agenda. No action may be taken unless provided by Government Code Section 54954-2, and you will only be limited to 3 minutes. Do we have any speaker cards?
Yeah. Robert Frederickson.
My name is Robert Frederickson, and I'm here for my mother who has Parkinson's and dementia and resides in San Benito County. A government watchdog article dated May 2015. Another dirty little secret in America, adult protective services often perpetuators of elder abuse. From 1990 to 2010, in 45 states, that $5.4 million found that guardians stole or improperly obtained from 158 incapacitated victims. And this is exactly what's happened to my family after a complaint made by me to APS San Benito County in March 2016, 1 year ago. Though ample proof was given to APS San Benito that past elder financial abuse had occurred in the recent past with documentation. The first interviewer that interviewed me said, "I am not the one who does this," and that San Benito County is only concerned that no physical abuse is occurring. Fed, bathed, not locked in a closet. But these are not only financial abuse, and there were other issues I had made stemming out of this. I have been working for American Airlines for 20 years, 15 years of that in Washington, D.C., in health and safety. I know the extreme importance of a scribe recording accurately. I did have one lengthy conversation, had expressed need to come on a one-on-one investigation with the social worker per first intake. I was never contacted again. I was never given a case number for reference, and still am sending information via fax. I have the receipt to APS. APS San Benito County has violated their own California State APS Manual of Policies and Procedures, specifically Reassessment APS Program 33-50 through 33-570.20, that APS cannot shut down an investigation while information is still being sent, and interviewed with me needed to be done on a one-to-one interview with me. But this is exactly what happened through APS in validation of my complaint, though more than ample proof was and continuing to be offered.
Sir, summarize your report.
I want someone to contact me immediately from APS. I have immediate safety concerns for my mother, especially in regards to a request from my brother-in-law.
Okay, sir. Sir, over here, sir. Louis, can you give him your business card so he can communicate you? That will be my recommendation.
Okay.
All
I
right.
would also express that there's a cult in your
Sir,
plain sight.
Thank you very much. Louis will provide you with a business card, and you guys can communicate, and you can email with him all your concerns and questions. And if Louis feels appropriate to take it to the board, he will bring it back to the board.
Okay, I'll bring it up.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker card. Anyone else from the public? None. All right. Thank you. Let's move on. Department head, CEO Ray Espinosa.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, we do have one announcement out of administration. Your board requested a presentation from PB2 regarding financing, so we have scheduled that for our April 18th special board meeting, so we're going to discuss the taxes at that time. So I want to make sure the board is aware of that. We have an announcement out of our county counsel's office. We have Barbara Thompson here to provide you some information.
I am very pleased to announce and present our new Deputy County Counsel to the board. This is Sarah Dickinson. She joins us from the Tehama County Counsel's office. She is going to be working on our new marijuana ordinance. She has some experience with Tehama County's marijuana ordinance. She's also going to be doing code enforcement. We're going to transition her to planning and a host of other departments. She graduated from Golden Gate University and was on the dean's list, and we are very happy to have her here. So if you would like to meet her, just please feel free to stop by our office, and I'm sure you'll be working with her on various issues.
Good morning, board. Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you.
Welcome aboard. Actually, hold on.
Yeah, one second.
Well,
Well, I'll tell you what, you've already caused a little bit of problems for San Bernardino County, but we're so happy to have you on board. Supervisor Williams, I think he's the chair in Tehama.
Correct.
And he misses you already.
He told me that, and he told me that he spoke with you, and I'm very, very happy to be here. So.
Well, we're happy to have you and steal you from Tehama.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Barbara. We also have another announcement out of our auditor's office. We have Joe Paul Gonzalez here to provide an announcement.
Good morning, Chair, Board of Supervisors. Just wanted to bring an update to the board concerning the bank conversion from Bank of America over to Wells Fargo. The last remaining piece of the conversion was the schools. Schools is really half of the county's treasury, and that conversion is slated to take place, or the crossover to Wells Fargo Bank on April 1st. So, we think we've tested the system enough where we'll be able to successfully bring them over to Wells Fargo Bank.
Any questions?
Thank you.
Yes. Yeah. I guess your office is doing some sort of reconciliation with a couple of the school districts, and that's been a process for better than a year. Is this what's holding that up as far as the final?
Well, actually, that's a really a different purpose, but it's related.
Okay.
It's very related.
Yeah, I think it maybe behooves us to get in contact with those districts and kind of update them where we're at with that, and so that they're concerned. Your board approved a contract with a consultant. It's the same consultant who the Board of Education hired. We're working on this concurrently, and we were hoping to be completed with the complete reconciliation of all the disbursements and cash payments for the schools by the end of the fiscal year. That was our target, but Okay. Yeah.
we're still not there yet.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Joe.
All right. Thank you.
That's all the announcements, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Thank you very much. All right. Board announcements. Supervisor Medina.
None, sir.
Supervisor Munzer?
None.
Supervisor Rivas?
I do have a little announcement. I wanted to invite a student that's here in the front row, Rebecca Mojica. She's here. She's here doing a job shadow. She's a senior at a local high school. And so she had asked me to be her mentor. Whether that hurts or helps her, I don't know. But she's here. She's working on a senior project, working in some kind of legislative bill. And so she's here just to observe the work we do as local policymakers. And so I wanted to invite her here this morning. Welcome, Rebecca.
Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Supervisor Rivas?
Yeah, she could have done a lot worse, I guess. Supervisor, Chairman De La Cruz and myself attended a LAFCO meeting this past week, and on our next agenda is we're discuss and invite the other agencies to the LAFCO meeting on the service boundary line. And that is a real important issue for the county as well as the two water districts and the city of Hollister. And hopefully we'll get that some resolution as far as how we're going to go forward in providing wastewater treatment to the growth in this Hollister area. So that's all I have to report, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Thank you. I'll make it real quick. Supervisor Jerry and myself attended today's audit committee and it's moving forward, and hopefully we'll have a final audit for single audit to the board pretty soon. And as Supervisor Patel, I also attended the LAFCO meeting. Okay, let's move on. Is there anyone wish to put any of the items out of consent? Supervisor Rivas?
None, Mr. Chair.
Supervisor Munzer?
17.
Okay, got that one. Supervisor Botello?
None.
Supervisor Medina?
No, sir.
Number 5?
No, sir. No.
Oh, those are. Oh, I'm sorry. Anyone from the public?
Yes, Mr. Chair. 7 and 9.
7 and 9. Okay. All right. Is there a motion to approve amended consent agenda?
So move.
Is there a second?
Here.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Against? Motion carries. Number 7. Okay. Actually,
You want to have Adam come up, Mr. Chairman?
yeah, give us a brief presentation, then I'll ask the member of the public who
Oh, I'm
asked
sorry.
to- Yeah. No, first give a presentation.
Okay, so this is the Veterans Park item, if I'm not mistaken?
No.
I'm sorry.
No, this is number 7.
This is approve amendment number 1 to contract on 4-leaf.
This is for 4-leaf. My apologies. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, we have before you a contract with 4-leaf Consultants. We have asked 4-leaf to help us with the directorship on an interim basis at the Resource Management Agency. And in the audience, we have Mr. Larry Perlin and Mr. James Walgren. Both of these gentlemen are seated here in the front row. They will be the interim directors of the Resource Management Agency. Both come with about 30 years experience individually, if I'm not mistaken, each one with California experience in engineering and in planning. So we wanted to introduce them to the board, let you know who they were, if they'd like to come up and say a few words to address the board, and ask you to approve the contract so that we can proceed with the transition at the RMA department. So with that, Mr. Perlin, Mr. Walgren, if you'd like to make any statements.
Good morning, Chair, Board of Supervisors. It's a pleasure to be here. This is our second week now with the county, so we're starting to understand what the issues are. Larry and I will be co-directing the Resource Management Agency. As Louis mentioned, my background is in city planning. Mr. Perlin's background is in civil engineering. But each of us have managed community development departments that include planning, building, engineering, and capital services. We have decades of experience in that area. My last role was also as assistant city manager for the city of Los Altos, and Larry is also a former city manager. So I think we hopefully have the experience that we need to help the organization and the department move forward. So thank you, and it's a pleasure to be here.
If I could address one issue as far as the motion, we were having a discussion last night, and I wanted to make sure it's acceptable with them. But we had discussion of modifying item number 5 to indicate on the last sentence that Larry Perlin is appointed and deemed to be the Director of Resource Management Agency, including as the county engineer as set forth in a Director of Resource Management Agency as set forth in Article 10 of Section 3.01 of Title 3 of the San Benito County Code, and to serve as the county engineer. Is that motion consistent with what you would want? Yeah. Okay.
Good morning, Board. I'm Larry Perlin, and I just want to echo what James said. It's a pleasure to be here. This is, without a doubt, an interesting and challenging assignment, but it's one that I think we're both looking forward to taking on. I think we bring collectively the requisite skill set and experience that is needed out there at the RMA. This is my third day on the job, I guess, and my initial assessment, I think, is that I think from a staffing perspective, from a budget perspective, from a space perspective, and from a commitment perspective at the county, I think all of the right pieces are in place to right the ship at the RMA. So James and I look forward to getting to work and to hopefully delivering results that you'll be satisfied with in the very near future. So it's a pleasure to be here.
Thank you. Questions? Okay. Can I have the speaker or the speaker card who pulled it come up to the podium if they wish?
Deborah Narvaez.
Morning, honorable supervisors and chair. My name is Deborah Narvaez. I'm the regional director with SEIU Local 521. I'm here today on behalf of the members of SEIU 521 to oppose item 7 on the agenda and ask that it be pulled. This item is an extreme cost to the county that creates an increased cost to taxpayers without a well thought out plan. The county initially decided over a year ago to combine both the Planning and Building and Public Works Department in order to achieve salary savings and hire more frontline staff. Yet, that did not occur. And now it's coming before you to approve for 2 positions at $195 an hour through a contract with a private entity as a result of the failed management and oversight of this department. This is a waste of county taxpayer dollars. The county should be seeking innovative opportunities to create a shared services with the city of Hollister before contracting out 2 positions at an exorbitant amount for non-county employees. We already have hired a consultant for HR services, the law firm Rennie Sloan, Holtzman, and Sakai. And thanks to their work, when they did arrive over 4 years ago, excuse me, they helped us actually to put a failing HR department back together. But that was 4 years ago, and we still have a contracted out HR department. And it now seems to be a pattern of us continuing to bring in long-term contracting out entities instead of hiring public workers that are from this county and invested in this county. Right now, we have a lot of needs. The storm has caused a lot of problems, and we need frontline staff that's going to come in and actually do the work, not sit in an office and manage it. So we're asking this board to provide some leadership, and please relook at this situation, because spending $234,000 for a 7-month contract is absolutely unacceptable. It's time that we actually invest in the workforce that provides those direct services, and we hope that the board looks at this and we look to your leadership. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other speaker cards?
No, Mr. Chair.
Anyone else from the public? Okay. Ray?
One of the plans that we have from staff is to recoup cost from developers and other building that's going on to cover our costs and augment these costs. So I just want to make sure the board is aware that the plan is to recoup those costs, keeping track of our time for these two gentlemen, and we really need to have some good leadership in there with plenty of experience to do the transition before we hire someone else.
And Mr. Chairman, if I could add to that, I was going to speak to the administrative plan that we have in place for RMA. I didn't want to confuse the issue because this item is strictly for the four-leaf discussion only, but I do have a detailed plan that I'd like to make known to the board and to the public about the steps we've taken to put a plan together for transition and moving forward.
Is that in today's meeting?
That is on the next item on the agenda, yes, sir.
Okay.
During the department head, I can do that right now if you'd like, but
yes. After we're done with this, it can be discussed in the same item.
Very well, sir.
Okay, yeah. We still have some more questions. Supervisor Botello?
Yeah, well, I don't have a question as much as I think it's imperative that we have, sound management and leadership down there at the RMA. It's a big department. It's a brand new department as far as the organization structure, and we need the experience. There's nobody down there right now that could do it. And I'm pleased that these gentlemen come from, a background of a lot of experience, and I think they could turn that department around. From my observation on both ends of the RMA, the processes are not there. It needs to happen. Otherwise, we can't move forward as a county. We can't provide the pathway of success for the employees that work down there. If they don't have leadership, they're not going to be successful. And it's something that happened last week, should never have occurred, and it's because of lack of leadership. So I'm very excited to support this contract.
Louis, maybe this can transition into that
Sure.
discussion. In the contract or in the hiring of this team, it would afford the opportunity for us to start looking for a replacement, full-time replacement, correct?
that is correct. A couple of issues, and this will kind of bleed into the other item, if you will. Mr. Perlin and Mr. Walgren are experts in their area in engineering and in planning, and we've asked them to focus on those two areas. Supervisor Botello alluded to an incident that took place last week. There's a lot of frustration out there because there's not sufficient communication to provide customers with updates regarding their permit applications and regarding the money that they pay to the county. So to that point, in the past couple of weeks, I have been out at RMA along with the assistance of the county auditor and our budget and finance analyst, Melinda Casillas, to begin to address some of those processes and procedures, both from an administrative perspective and from a financial management perspective. I can tell you that we have gained immediate results from taking those steps, whereas in the past, deposits were being made on a weekly basis for all the monies that came in. We've instructed staff to do that on a daily basis now. We have daily reports that are coming in about how much money is coming in, how much money is going out. Just this morning, I met with staff at RMA. I had tasked them with making a list of all their duties, assignments, and priorities so that we can begin to assess what exactly it is that they do, identify the areas of weakness, and hire additional staff. Just this morning, the auditor's office introduced me to a new employee that they have hired, I believe, to come on and help us in that regard, and he will be dedicated to RMA staff. So this is going to take some time. It's a little bit of a work in progress, but I will say I will take issue with the characterization that there is no plan in place. We do, in fact, have a very detailed plan going forward, and I'll be happy to share what the details of that are in the next item under this discussion.
Yeah, I think we need to do that.
Yes, sir.
I honestly believe we need to be transparent
Absolutely.
to the public.
Absolutely.
Especially to members of our county employees too.
Correct.
And show them and have them be part of the discussion and process. In fact, we should listen to them and have their input taken into consideration when we develop this plan, and be fair and be honest and open to them, and set milestones in which we all as a community can agree. Because I kind of do share some of those concerns that they said on other activities we've done here, and I don't want to go into that direction. But by the end of next year today, we should have a professional management person that is hired by the county with the right staff, the appropriate staff. We should have that. And that's the goal. Because I do share with Supervisor Botello's comments is that we need to have somebody in place because that ship is sinking right now. And there's a lot of concerns from the public that keep telling us, what are we doing there? And all 5 of us board members continues to support and defend our employees, and we will continue to do that. But we need help today.
Absolutely.
And I feel, and the whole board feels, and I hope the whole board shares with this view too, is that we need professional help, and we need to bring in this group here to help us out. Otherwise, we're going to be like sailors out in the sea without a compass. And we need to start. And I'll take some of that hit, but we need to start today. Supervisor Medina?
Yeah, I concur with Supervisor Del Cruz and Supervisor Bertello. We need leadership. This will buy us some time while we look for a replacement for Mr. Barnes. The only way I will support this item is if we do agree. Jaime said a year. I'd like to look at 6 months, but I'll live with a year. But we need to make sure that we do have a replacement for this individual. It's not going to be a consultant for ever, and that's exactly a year would be suitable. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Rivas?
Right. Yeah, I think my concerns, Louis, is we invested a lot to do the study, which concluded the consolidation of the RMA under that one umbrella. So we could tag this onto the cost, because $234,000 is a lot of money.
It's a lot of money.
And so this is one costly effort to create an efficient, some efficiency in our county. And so obviously this has been anything but efficient. But I agree. I think that we need some periodic updates as far as the progress that's being made out there, because certainly it's disheartening to invest this kind of money to fix some of the problems out there when we did do that consolidation study in the effort of being more efficient and hopefully streamlining things out there.
Yeah.
And so certainly if this is a management issue, that it'd be nice to know that. But certainly if there's other ways for us to streamline efforts out there, that needs to be highlighted to the board, I think.
Supervisor Rivas, I couldn't agree with you more. As you know, government is process. We are in the process of ironing out, and I can assure you that I am working, if not around the clock, pretty close to it, to address those issues. So we're working very hard. It's not lost on us that there is urgency. We understand, of course, the frustration that folks have out there, and we're doing everything we can to right the ship as quickly as we possibly can. Absolutely.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to make this comment to my fellow supervisors that have put this 1-year timeline on this contract. We cannot tie the hands of our CAO, because we all know we have struggled with hiring top-level management people just because of the inability to pay what our neighboring counties are paying for the same type of people. So if we need to be very careful in putting a timeline on this, because then we may force them to hire someone that is not the exact right fit for that position. So we can have a target date of 1 year, but let's not put a drop dead date of 1 year.
I would agree with you, but I think I will feel more comfortable leaving it the way it is, with benchmarks and due dates and presentations being made. So when the 9th month comes in and Ray needs to come on board and says, oh, by the way, I can't find anyone, can you give me more time? I want to make sure the public knows that by the 9th month. So then they don't talk to us, they don't call us at 10 o'clock at night time telling us why we have somebody on staff forever. that we should have had a replacement within a year. I want the community to be part of that discussion table. Is we need to extend it to another time period if it's warranted, and the reason why.
Yes, sir.
Because I'm just tired of getting blamed for us. We set these time frames, we surpass them, and then we get blamed from. Well, let's put it together. We're all going to share on this situation. We're all going to work together, and we're going to have them come to our table and say, okay, this is the reasons why. Thank you. Good idea. Thank you. All right, Anthony, Supervisor Botello?
Yeah, and the way I read this is a duration of the contract. This contract commences March 16, 2017 and ends March 16, 2018. That's 1 year. And my understanding is that we're trying to recruit a director for that department anyway, aren't we? Is that or we're just a stay with consultants?
So no, Supervisor Botello, what we want to do first is address some of the internal issues.
Right.
We have the financial management issues. We have the accounting systems that we want to put in place. The scope of what Mr. Perlin and Mr. Walgren are going to be focusing upon are the planning, the building, the engineering issues along with integrated waste. We're going to be there to help them. But we want them to focus on that because the greatest source of frustration, at least that I have seen in the short time that I have been in there, is that there is very little follow-through with a project that begins and then goes through the system and then somehow disappears into that bureaucratic morass that we all understand happens from time to time. So we're trying to put systems in place. Information, I mentioned that. There is no central database for the planning permits. Okay, there is a database for the building permits, but to that end, and I think I've already reported this to the board, right now we are working with Acela to deploy that new civic platform for folks to be able to go in, enter their permits, have a manner in which to pay for that permit, have that reconciled in the ERP, and then be able to report to the board every 30 days. This is how much we got in. This is how much is going out. These are the number of permits we approved. This is the timeline. This is a turnaround time. These are the expectations. We're trying to put all of that together. That's a pretty big job. Okay, it's a very big job across all these divisions that in the past had done that individually. So we're working on that. We're also working on the processes and procedures for finance. Okay, the CAMS interface that I believe I mentioned before, it's the cost accounting management system that Caltrans requires us to use to enter all of the information. We have an interface that we're building from that system to our ERP. Right now, we have to enter the information into that system and then re-enter it into our ERP. So those efficiencies, we are pressing very, very hard, along with our IT staff, along with our accounting and finance staff, to get those in place as quickly as possible. That frees they sat down, I'm sorry. That frees Mr. Walgren and Mr. Perlin to focus on very important issues. Engineering projects, bridges that need to be finished, permits and developments that have to get done. All of those issues are extremely important. They've already been instrumental in helping us address one of the issues that came up last Wednesday when they first arrived. So I just want the board to know that we do, it's not lost on us that these are issues that the public is frustrated with. We have them well in hand. We are moving forward, and we should have a much more updated and a much clearer report for you in a couple of weeks. It's just been basically up to right now getting all of that information together to start moving those things forward.
Yeah, I think that's absolutely correct. I'm happy you explained it in that context.
Yes, sir.
Because when the next person does come into that department, a lot of that work needs to be completed.
Exactly. For example, Supervisor Botello, in the last 2 weeks, with the assistance of the budget and management analyst, Melinda Casillas, staff was able to identify checks that had not been deposited, even though we serve as a pass-through agent for some of them. About $750,000 worth of checks that had not been deposited or processed. We did that. $45,000 of that money goes to the general fund. That's a lot of money for the county. And so we need to be able, as staff, to represent to the board our financial position and our administrative position very clearly. We're getting there. We're getting very close. But it's taken a lot of very hard work in a very short period of time, and we want to be sure that we're thoughtful and careful about how we're doing that.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Okay.
I was going to say, and I think you alluded to it, Louis, is if we do nothing, if we let the ship sink as it's sinking right now, what is a fiscal impact to our general fund, which a lot of that money goes back to our employees for wages, health benefits, and other expenditures? What's the impact? It's huge, right?
It is significant. It is by far, RMA is by far the largest of the departments, along with HHSA in the county. So it plays a central, fundamental role in the operations of San Benito County. We're not going to let that ship sink. We're going to make sure that we buoy it, that we prop it up, and that we set it in the right direction. But it's taking a lot of work, and it takes a little bit of time to sort out the issues. I know that there are issues that staff has raised about concerns that they have going forward. Well, if we don't do this right this time, then we will have major problems going forward. So we want to make sure we do it right, that we do it thoughtfully, and that we do it carefully, and that we do it in partnership with the folks on the other side of the table as well.
Good. Thank you, Louis.
Mr.
All right.
Mr. Chair, if I may, as well.
Hold on a minute, Ray. Any other questions from the fellow supervisors? Ray?
Another thing I wanted to add is to that is last week, I already started the process of reaching out to fill this position with a regular full-time staff employee for the county. So I've actually went to a building officials conference last week and met with different recruiting agencies that specialize in RMA. And so I already started that process. We know there's an urgency with that, but we need to get the right people in place. In addition to that, with regards to Supervisor Rivas's comment with giving updates, there's a lot of things that are done by hand, paper. There's a lot of efficiencies out there from a software perspective. There are some agencies that require 15 plans to be submitted by developers or builders, and people don't really know what's going on with. They put it in their drawer or in their office or in their cabinet, and one person doesn't know what's going on with with the other person. There's software out there that uses one set of plans that's transparent throughout the organization. So these are the efficiencies we need to build and get installed, and we're working on that. So we'll be coming back to your board with more, direction with those specific things. But just want to let the board know.
Okay, thank you. All right, I'm going to bring it back to the board. What's the pleasure of the board?
I'll make a motion to approve per staff recommendation.
That includes the engineering title to the team?
Yeah.
Okay. Second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Against? Motion carries 5-0. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, number...
Oh, I got to steal.
What is it? Number 9. Oh. Number 9. I guess can I have the individual that pulled the item out?
Susie Caston.
Good morning, Board. My name is Susie Caston. I am a county employee. I am also the president of our local SEIU chapter. We're here to oppose item number 9. The members of SEIU have balanced the budget of the county on their backs for the last 8 years, and to see an increase of more than $44,000 thereabout immediately for the CAO position and then another increase upon completion of a degree is just not acceptable at this time. This recommendation reduces the salary and title of another position, only to pay for a salary increase for the CAO position. This is disrespectful to our workers and their families who have sacrificed and faced losing salary for the sake of providing services to our community. Many of the county's workforce has vacant positions that are critical to public needs, and this item only shows that you value high-priced management positions and have a deep pocket as you prepare to enter into negotiations with your various units, including our membership. We've collaborated with the county to work on reining in increased costs for health care successfully, but now this move is not what the county needs at this time. We've been hearing about the needs for additional funds for road repair, other priority issues, which are directly associated with the lack of oversight in this department, and that falls on the leadership of this county. Spending money or prioritizing the needs of the county is really important right now in regards to spending additional funds to increase a salary of a position. As such, we ask the board to hear the workers and the community that rely on our direct public services, which we provide on a daily basis, and not focus only on the management who sit in the main office behind desks. As was stated earlier, it's time for transparency, and we hope this board will table this item and focus on the HR department. Right now, we have a consulting firm in there that's been there for 4 years. They've done a great job bringing this county back on track where it needs to be, but the focus on that department head position for the HR department in our terms is probably just as important, if not more important, than taking care of the rest of employees over a long-term period of time. And that's basically all I have to say. Any questions?
Thank
Okay,
you, Susan.
Thank you.
Anyone else from the public? No. Anyone else from the public? None. I'll close it. I guess I'll start first. We as the whole board value the importance of our rank and file. In fact, if it wasn't for you guys, we actually wouldn't be doing our job. And I know that the negotiation is coming up pretty soon, and because of legal issues, we can't really talk about that. But what's at stake today is our CEO, Ray Espinosa. And I have attended a couple of conferences, one in Washington, one in Long Beach. And I could tell you, there's a high demand for quality people like Ray Espinosa. And they're offering him $300,000 a year salary. And if we the board don't do anything today, in fact, if we deny them today's item, in 6 months we might be looking at rehiring someone else, and it's going to be more expensive than what we're about to pay today. This one position I will support, and I think it's important because we need someone like Ray who can take the leadership for the next 5 to 10 years. We're not going to be here today. We're not going to be here in 5-6 years, but Ray will most likely be here in 5-6 years. I have trust in Ray that he's going to make sure that the county's doing the right thing. And yes, there's some other issues that we need to fix as a board, but we will take care of them. We will take care of them as time moves on. But today, I feel 100% supporting Ray's today. Call it Ray's. Call it the way you want to call it, the Ray's, yes. But if we do nothing, it'll be more expensive to us to go in a hiring process down the road. Those are just my comments. Any other supervisor? None? What's the pleasure of the board?
Move per staff recommendation.
Is there a second? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Against? Motion carries 5-0. All right. Item number 17, Supervisor Munzer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Adam.
Hi. Good morning.
So looking over this last night, it looks like the contract was 120 pages long, from what I could gather, or well over 100 pages.
The revised plans and specs, yes.
Okay, and when I was serving on the Vets Park Commission, I do not remember this coming before us. Maybe I'm wrong. But again, has this been vetted to the Vets Park Commission? And if not, where did this project come from?
This project, the reason it may be difficult to remember is it's years long. This is the final phase of the project. There should have only been one phase, but the way it was originally installed a couple of years ago, this well project, it necessitates some additional work. This was budgeted this year. It's been rolled over several years till we got all the problems sorted out. So this went to bid in December. We only received one bid, and it was double the consultant's estimate. It is still barely within the project's budget, but we felt that it was a bit higher than we were hoping for that it should be. So we spent some time after the bid came in with our consultant and with our in-house staff to really analyze the design and see if there were any ways that we could, reduce the scope, save costs, anything like that. And there's only very few things that we can do to change the scope and still have a viable functioning project when we're done. So we've incorporated those into the plans, and our suggestion, recommendation, is to reject the one bid, re-advertise, we've done some outreach since then, hopefully attract some more bidders and get that price down a little bit. There is a concern, obviously, that we're going to start running out of rain soon, and that there may be a little bit of a lag between rain and when this project fixes the irrigation out there. So we can come back and award the contract, the bid that we got. Like I said, it is still within budget. It just was higher than we were expecting.
Okay, so this is part of the original well project.
This is to hopefully fix all the issues we've been having with it and solve it once and for all.
Okay, I did not realize that. Thank you for that information.
Yeah.
Supervisor Patello?
Yeah, you know what bothers me about this whole thing is that you got two commissioners on the Vets Park Commission, and really I would, as a supervisor, like to have their recommendation before projects or items like this comes before us. This second one, I think, in the last 6 months, and this information has to come up through the Vets Park Commission. As far as I'm concerned, I would feel a lot better if those representatives had scrutinized this and came back here with a recommendation. That's my comment.
Well, I think you're throwing the jab at me, so I got a response to it.
Okay.
Did we talk about this? I'm sorry, for the public, the chair of the Vets Commission and Supervisor Munzer was my fellow supervisor on that commission. Did we discuss this last year?
I believe so.
I've
only been to one or two meetings, Vets Park meetings, since I've been back. I know we haven't had one recently. I believe due to staffing issues. I don't know if there was one I wasn't made aware of.
Thank you, Adam. What I could share with my fellow supervisors is that any changes, and I know that Supervisor Munzer was very passionate about it, is that if any changes, any construction improvements, alterations going to be done at Vets Park, it is to ensure that the baseball, soccer, softball, little league programs don't get compromised. That is the number one goal, because that park is for the kids, and the kids should have the ability to play their leagues. And so the question that I have for you right now is it going to hinder the program in the summer?
I can't answer that with any guarantees, but that has obviously been our concern as well, and everything about this project has been with the intent of not having any impacts to them. However, given the bidding situation, it has pushed the timeline back, and we are at some potential risk depending on what the weather's like in the next few months.
Okay, next question is, with the blessing of the board, I'm gonna move this item to the next meeting, the next available meeting, and I'm gonna call for a Vets Commission meeting so we can vent this out and report back to the board on our recommendation, the committee's recommendation. Thank you. Good idea. I do like your idea. So we're gonna do that. We're gonna pull this item out, Adam. Okay. But we're gonna allow for public input, and then after we're done with public input and further discussion by the board, we're going to move it to the next the next available board meeting.
Okay.
Okay? All right.
Thank you.
Let me open to the public. Anyone from the public? Yes.
You are drinking it?
Yeah.
Can I have some?
Oh. Sorry. Go ahead, Marty.
Good morning. I'm Marty Richmond from Hollister. I think this project is a perfect example of what's the matter with the way we operate. My memory is we've been talking about this project forever. I can't remember. I don't have a calendar in front of me, but I can't even, and my age, I can't remember my dates very well. But many times this project has come forward. I've heard it talked about again and again and again. It doesn't get done. You're never going to get a good price on anything. We don't generate enough business. My fence is down from the storm. It's going to cost me more to do my fence because I live in Hollister. The fence builders in Santa Clara won't even come down and look at it. I've talked to several of them. They go, we're not interested. You guys don't. We're not going to drive down there to do it. The local guy is all tied up. He's got all the business he can do. He's telling people, if you want anything from me, it's going to be 9 or 10 weeks before I can do anything. The lumber company says, things are hopping around here. All these fences are down. You got the same problem with every little job we got. But I want to point out something you don't realize. Every time we touch this piece of paper, we put dollars on it. I don't care whether our engineering department does it, resource management, whoever it is. Every time we have a meeting here and talk about it, we put more dollars on it. The idea that you're going to get a good price on some small little contract that you want done to government standards that in many cases involves two contractors because you got one guy to do the water part, you got another guy to do the electric part. Now, we've been over this 100 times with this thing. By the time you get finished, you will wind up of knocking the contract price down $30,000, and you will have spent $100,000 of government money talking about it and running it through commissions. For God's sakes, all we need to do is get this thing built so we can water the lawn over at the Vets Park. This is not the space shuttle, okay? I think we're putting too much time and too much energy into all these things for political reasons. I think we're doing it for reasons that are beyond me. We're being so careful that in the end we wind up spending twice the money and 4 times the time. And time is money. So, what are we going to do? Wait until the weather forces us into a bad position again? I mean, the fact that we had an estimate that was too low is the fact. The bid is what the bids are, is what it is. If it was a good deal, people would be swarming to do the work. Nobody wants to do the work, so it can't be a good deal, okay? Because nobody turns down work where they can make a lot of money. I suggest you just buy into it and get the job done. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Marty. Sure. You want to ask a question to Marty or in general? In general. Okay. Anyone else in the public? No, I'll close it. Supervisor Medina?
Well, my fellow board members, we had this on the agenda. I researched the item, and now we want to make a decision on April 11th. What are we going to do in 2 weeks' time? Are we going to tear this apart and read it word for word? So I would just ask to take a vote on it now and not pull it from the agenda.
Okay. So what you're saying is reject all bids? Supervisor Medina?
We're saying exactly. I mean, if we're gonna do it, do it.
Supervisor Munster?
The only thing is, having served on the Vets Park Commission for 6 years, I guess, it gives the opportunity. The Vets Park Commission meeting gives the opportunity for the local youth organizations to address their concerns, and want to make sure that they're aware that we may or may not have water for them until July. And I think that is worth waiting a couple of weeks. If you're going to have if the chair of the Vets Park Commission is going to call a meeting between now and our next meeting, I think it'd be worth waiting that time to let that community know what the situation is. So that I would support the chair's recommendation.
Supervisor Patello?
Yeah, I don't mind making a decision today either, Supervisor Medina, but we're rejecting all bids, and that puts us back to, I really think, ground zero to go out to rebid the project, or the Vets Commission needs to change the scope, and then go out to bid again. I don't know what that answer is. That's the problem. If we were accepting a bid, that's different. That's a little different. But I just kind of disappointed with how this is, this process has taken place, and I really think the Vets Commission should have maybe vetted this out a little bit more and changed the scope or phase it or do something. But I am a firm believer in putting some money into the dirt and putting the pipe down and irrigating the fields, because we've all had complaints about the condition of those fields, and we're not getting anywhere by not moving forward with something. and making progress. And that's what I want to see more progress in the future, is that at least we're getting something done. And then, but, we can't say that right now. It's frustrating.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Rivas?
I may have missed it. We spend too much damn time on consent. It's always been my thing. Ridiculous. This should have been a regular agenda item. I just encourage, board members to, if you're going to pull an item, work with staff. Let's put it on the, that way we don't have people sit in the audience for hours listening to some of this nonsense. And so I may have missed it, but what is the, it says here that one bid was received. What was the amount that it was over?
The one bid received was $260,000. Our estimate was $127,000. The project is budgeted at $300,000. That was just to make sure we had enough for it.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So, I don't know. I have no problem making a motion to accept the bid, to bring back at our next meeting an agenda item that accepts the bid, because it is under budget. Because what's the likelihood that, we put this out for bid again, we have one company, the same company that bids for it again, and then because we waited, costs will increase. And so then we're back at square one. It's a project that's going to be under budget from what we had anticipated if it's under $300,000. And so I'm not sure how staff wants to handle this, if we need to bring it back, but I'm ready to entertain and accept the bid.
That would be a logical approach. That'd be fine.
I'll second that.
Now, logic, is it to come back? Okay.
Come back with what you just recommended. I think that's a...
Well,
It has to be agenda.
okay, hold on, guys. There's three conversations going on here. Supervisor Rios? So
I want to make a motion to not accept staff's recommendation to bring, I guess it would be a continuance of this item, and to direct staff to bring back an agenda item to accept the bid that's on the table.
Will you allow the Vets Commission to vet it out for you guys? Because it will be within that time frame.
To vet it, I suppose. I mean, yeah, that's fine. As long as we make our next
Yes.
meeting, which is going to be April 7th or?
The 11th.
11th, April.
I was going to ask that question right now. I have you, Mark. Hold on 1 minute.
No,
we don't have a special meeting on the first Tuesday, right?
No, we have a special meeting, I believe, April 18th. So we have 3 back-to-back meetings.
Okay.
We have a
So
regular
11th?
board meeting the 11th, 18th, and I believe the 20-something.
So this is more for staff. But if we approve the 260, I think so, that's on the 11th, will it compromise the programs for the kids for the summer program?
It would have less of an impact, obviously. We would start the work much sooner.
Okay. Got it.
Yeah.
Okay. Supervisor Medina?
Nothing.
Okay, what's the pleasure of the board?
Well, as I said, I'm not sure if it's a formal recommendation or if it requires a vote, but I want to make sure that we continue this item to our next meeting so we could accept the bid.
Okay, so I think the best thing to do is just don't even vote on it. Actually, make a motion to table this to the April 11th meeting.
Motion to continue.
Motion to continue item until April 11th.
Second.
Okay.
With
Under question.
direction to bring back,
Hold on, guys. Hold on. Because this is a legal issue, I'll let Barbara go. Go ahead, Barbara.
I'm sorry, would there be direction to bring it back for acceptance of the bid?
Okay. All right. Now, under the question, Supervisor Patello?
Okay, that's what I wanted to ask, is with the option for us to accept a bid.
Yeah. Supervisor Munzer?
And my question is the way it is written today, we cannot accept the bid, correct?
No, I'd recommend that we bring it back at the.
No,
future meeting.
so when it comes back, the option to accept the bid needs to be in there.
Yes.
As Supervisor Patello alluded to. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so you got that motion, Chase? Yes? It's to table to the April 11th meeting to accept the bid at that time. And the Vets Commission meeting will meet this Monday at 7 o'clock. Okay? All right. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Against? Motion carries 5-0. Thank you. Thank you, Adam. Okay, next item. Oh, regular agenda now. Woo-hoo. Actually, you know what? We're actually going to take a quick 5-minute break. I will do that. I will do that next.
I was just going to do it from here.
No, I know. I mean,
Yeah.
your
Yeah.
item's going to be
Yes,
over. So.
yes.
All right, thank you. We're going to change our agenda. We're going to move item number 22 and introduce that one first. So, Barbara, you want to lead us off?
Okay, this is going to be a multi-part agenda item. I'm going to start and address the issues with federal legislation, and then issues under the current ordinance, and then I'm going to turn it over to Victor Gomez that will speak on the status of the ad hoc committee.
And then actually, hold on, Barbara. And then once you make your presentation, then Victor makes his presentation. The board would like to also hear from the committee members, and then we'll go into discussion after that.
Okay,
All right, go
sounds
ahead,
good. I've been researching federal legislation and the issues of federal enforcement of federal marijuana laws as they apply to the state. Right now, the DEA has been limited in its ability to enforce the federal laws due to budget riders that have been approved year by year, indicating that they cannot spend money to enforce the Controlled Substances Act when it's consistent with, when the applicant or the cultivator is totally consistent with state law. However, there's year by year, there's been multiple bills that have been introduced into Congress so that that doesn't have to be on a year by year basis as a budget rider. The issue with the budget rider is that there's a statute of limitations. So if that budget rider was removed in the future, there would be a look-back period for the DEA and possible federal prosecution. So at the federal level, there's an intent and there's a desire by many people to address that so it doesn't have to be done on a year-by-year basis. Currently, there's at least 5 bills that are pending before the Congress. And there is, so it's H.R. 975, H.R. 1227, H.R. 331, H.R. 714, and H.R. 715. Some of the past, and Victor Gomez can also speak to the federal legislative attempts. In the past, there's been some efforts to remove it from the Controlled Substances Act. When I was reviewing the bills yesterday, it seems like the H.R. 975 might have the best chance of prevailing. It's very simple, and it directs basically, instead of trying to address the Scheduled 1 of the Controlled Substances Act, it really just is basically respects state rights, which may gain some traction in the current Congress. So we'll see how that goes. When I spoke with Congressman Panetta's office this morning, they indicated at this time the board could do a letter support, and if the board was interested in that, I could agendize it for a future meeting to support the annual budget rider for 2017 because that is in the process of being developed. They indicated that right now it's a little bit too early to do a letter support or a resolution on a specific federal legislation, but the time to do that would be when they're scheduled for hearing. So I will let Victor Gomez, speak any more in depth on those federal legislative issues, or I can answer any questions. The second issue that I wanted to have the board address today is the status of the current ordinance. I have a list of all the applications received, and there was approximately 55, but that overestimates the actual number because there was duplicates there between the extended amortization period and the registration. There was 2 applications that were, a lot of people submitted 2 applications for both properties. There's only approximately 25 separate individuals, and I have to go through and see what APNs are involved with the applications because some of them may have multiple APNs associated with each application. So with our current ordinance, there was an applicant, and these are the people that have filed for the extended amortization period. Under the current ordinance, the applicants, the current cultivators, could file an application for extended amortization period, and that needs to be set before the board for a public hearing. It has to be a notice public hearing. The board itself has to take action on those. It's not an action that can be delegated to staff. And originally, the ordinance has a 180-day period to hold those hearings, which could be extended for a good cause by another 180 days. So the board has the option, and one of the decision factors that the board has to make today is whether or not to schedule them for the hearing to actually make a decision on the good cause, the applications for extended amortization, or whether to set it for, basically to set it for an agenda item which would continue the good cause, the hearings for good cause, and the good cause being the fact that we're drafting a new marijuana cultivation ordinance at the present time, and we can extend it out for another 180 days. The majority of the applications were filed November and December. There were some after that. The earliest one looks like it was filed on November 2nd. So that means, to be safe, we need to set those hearings in April so that we have the hearings, or at least continue it before the very first application was filed on November 2nd, which would be, we have to hold it in April before May comes. So that would be a decision for the board today. Question that's been received about the applications, have they been reviewed? People have examined the applications, but there have not been, as far as I'm aware, there's been no formal rejection of the applications or asking for additional information regarding the applications. So when we review the applications, we may, when we get time to send it for the hearing, we may say, your application is going to be scheduled for a hearing. If there's any additional information you need to submit, please submit it no later than, 2 weeks before the hearing date, et cetera. So there's no notice that has gone to the applicants that their application has been accepted or rejected that I'm aware of. So we will do that when the board schedules the hearings. We will notify all the applicants of when the hearing date is. And so the question about the growing marijuana, for the ones that just aren't exempt, the cultivators, the personal cultivations, for the large-scale cultivations, they have needed to file an application for the extended amortization period under our current ordinance. We're in a moratorium situation at the present time, trying to stop any new cultivation sites. And that's why, if the board is interested in allowing cultivation in the future, that it's very important, and the ad hoc committee is working very hard to bring forth a new cultivation ordinance in a very short period of time to the board for its consideration. Let's see. And so I guess I'll turn it over to Victor Gomez to speak about the ad hoc committee's efforts on developing a new cultivation ordinance.
Before we go to Mr. Gomez, can I ask a question of the council?
Yes.
And in my interpretation of what we put in place was to the 6 plants is legal per parcel, but any commercial or cooperative larger scale more than 6 plants is currently not allowed until we review and accept the application.
There is a provision in our no new large-scale cultivators over the 6 plants in the county. We have to schedule the hearings because there is a provision in the enforcement section of the ordinance that no enforcement of our county code occurs while those applications are still pending. That does not affect the ability to enforce criminally or with the federal or state law enforcement. But as far as our civil code enforcement, we're not enforcing the ordinance while those applications are still pending before the board. We want to schedule those applications so the board can determine if and whether they should have an extended amortization period, and if so, for how long.
So it's ill-advised that anyone would be growing any multiple plants.
Without having the application, yes, submitted. And no new cultivation sites are allowed to be started.
Okay. Supervisor Medina.
Okay, so I just want to clarify something so everybody's under the same direction here. So right now we have approximately 25 applicants that, because we have not voted on anything, they can legally have cultivation of marijuana in a large aspect.
Yes, they are not in violation of our county code at the present time until the board determines what the status of their application is.
Now, for the law enforcement, for the sheriff's side, how do we know these 25 people? How do we know who they are? How do we know where they're located?
We have addresses, APNs in the applications.
And the sheriff's department has that?
I believe that they do.
Okay, so
because the ordinance is, the information that's submitted under the ordinance is generally confidential. We didn't want to release the applications to the general public as far as locations, just for, safety purposes, but the information can be shared for law enforcement purposes.
can we, as a board, make a recommendation that during this, let's just say, worst-case scenario, we go out to another 180 days? Is it possible to publish these people and the locations they're currently at?
I don't want to actually necessarily publish the locations of where they're at, but I think you could do a description. We could talk about what information should be released to the public, like, there's X number of acres, and maybe it's like general descriptions of where they're at. I didn't necessarily, when we were drafting the ordinance, we didn't want there to be deliberate thefts and robberies of cultivation sites is one of the issues about releasing specific addresses.
Fair.
Yeah, if I could, just really quick on that point, Supervisor.
Hold on, Jerry. Hold on 1 minute. Supervisor Munzer?
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to follow up. Barbara, why would we not go ahead and have the hearing within the first 180 days? So basically, next month.
The board could do that if the board would like to hold the hearings.
And why would we not want to?
There's a certain amount of effort, and possibly when we talk about how we hold the hearing, we may want to have an expert come down to be able to testify about the question that we'll have to do and strategize with staff. Is it going to be the county counsel's office that presents the legal framework to the board about what an unlawful taking is, or would we have somebody with an economist background or accounting, maybe an economist come down and testify about what is an unlawful taking? It's not the fact that the site is there. It's a multifactual. The hearing would be both determining when the site came into effect, and it also might delve into how much they expended on the site, what their whether or not there is an unlawful taking of property, basically, which is kind of an economic determination, and it's also a legal determination. So we may have to split the hearing into two parts. One is one for the county counsel's office to present the law on what is an unlawful taking, and then maybe if we'll do it in a two-part scenario, present that, and if the board wants to have a in-depth economic analysis of certain properties that meet maybe a prima facie standard of going forth on the hearing, we'll have to determine if the board wants to proceed on that. Then we'll determine how those hearings are going to be held.
And so what I can add to that, Supervisor Munzer, is your question is a very important one, and that's the reason why we're here today, is the reason the last time we had a committee meeting is because certainly we're doing everything we can to fast-track an ordinance and bring it to the board. But the question that is before this board today and why this agenda item is here is because our board needs to provide clear direction to staff and to our ad hoc, our committee, moving forward, because certainly there's a lot of uncertainty and we need some clarity with the current ordinance. Moving forward is obviously the status of the current ordinance and the enforcement aspect of it. And I think the question you answered is that's what we have to make a decision as a board today is what kind of direction do we want to move in? Do we want to wait? Because 180 days, we're up against it, right, Barbara?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And so do we want to extend that 180 days? And then hopefully, and we anticipate to have an ordinance in place prior to, or not in place, but a proposed ordinance to the board within 60 to 90 days. And so do we process these applications and possibly could result in a duplication of effort? Because if we enforce and then we allow these, these applicants to then apply under the normal, under a new ordinance, is it going to be a duplication of cost on behalf of our county and our sheriff's office? What are the costs? What's the liability involved in that process? And so that's why I think it's important that we hear from Mr. Gomez to get his opinion. But we'll come back to your question because that's why we're here.
You're good?
I'm good for now.
Okay. And it probably doesn't have to be an all or one decision either. You could have, if the board wanted to go forward, and you could actually schedule the hearings and then make a decision on some of the applications and continue some of the applications, et cetera. Some of the applications are going to be much more straightforward than other applications.
So before I go to Victor, got a straight yes or no answer from you, Barbara. That's hard. If the board says those 25 applicants, there's no amnesty, the moratorium's in place forever, we can decide that today?
Not today. It has to be a
Today.
noticed public hearing with notice to the 300-foot property owners around each property.
Okay, so each applicant has that right for a hearing then?
Yes, they do.
Okay, so the
And
board today cannot
No.
deny them. Okay, thank you. All right, Victor?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Victor Gomez with Pinnacle Strategy. I'm going to answer a couple of just quick questions. I'll get into the ad hoc committee work in just a second, and obviously Supervisor Medina and Supervisor Rivas could chime in as well on the ad hoc committee work. But specifically, just want to address a couple of questions that have come up regarding the application process. So first, on Supervisor Medina's point regarding publicly disclosing it, I would just recommend holding off on anything like that because we don't know exactly. I haven't had the personal opportunity to review the applications. I'm not sure what safety structures, what's there to actually prevent those, as Barbara mentioned, any kind of theft and so on. So I would certainly hold back from going public on any of that information as of now. Now, regarding the application submitted, I do want to make the point that in September, November, October timeframe, it was the intent of the Board of Supervisors, and please correct me if I'm wrong, but from the conversations and the videos that I saw, it was the intent of the Board of Supervisors to bring people, at least try to temporarily bring them into at least a temporary compliance. These applicants, which I believe were roughly 30-plus applications that were received, are individuals that are likely going to become applicants of a new cultivation ordinance. The ad hoc committee right now is given me direction to explore a cultivation policy. That's what we're working on. We'll transition into manufacturing later on this year or late summer. But at least on the cultivation component, the direction is there to move with a cultivation policy ordinance. These applicants are applicants that have come forth out of the shadows and have said, look, I want to come into compliance. Let me know what I need to do to get this done. So that's certainly a concern because it's, I think, easy for me to be able to say, and the sheriff could probably elaborate a little bit more, that you likely have 200 to 300 cultivations here in San Benito County. And I could be off. There could be plenty more cultivations illegally happening right now in San Benito County. You had 33 applicants come forth because they're actually looking to comply with a new law. So these applicants, a couple of things could happen. Likely, as Barbara mentioned, County Council mentioned, you could certainly entertain having a public hearing. But at the same time, your ad hoc committee is also doing work specific to cultivation that will likely move these applicants to apply for a permanent cultivation license. So, any action, I guess, taken between now and when that policy is adopted, by direction of you, it's up to you, right, if you want to move on anything like that. But as Supervisor Rivas mentioned, there's really no reason why we can't come before the board with at least a draft ordinance on cultivation within the next 60 to 90 days for your review and public vetting. We'll bring the stakeholders together and move forward with the cultivation policy. I'm going to segue just really quick into the federal side. There's been a lot of discussion on federal oversight and enforcement. As many of you know, Deputy Attorney General Cole submitted a memo about 4 or 5 years ago in regards to federal enforcement. So essentially what the Cole memo did is it limited the ability of federal enforcement on these cultivations unless there was some type of gang-related type of, structural type of organized crime behind these cultivations. So federally, I don't really see any of that changing. Attorney General Sessions has certainly indicated his displeasure with recreational cannabis. San Benito County and the state of California does not allow recreational cannabis to be sold. So enforcement coming from the federal government on recreational cannabis would really not happen because the licensing structure hasn't been adopted and won't be adopted until 2018. And when it comes to at least medical cannabis, what we've heard from the administration has been sympathy, has been, okay, we'll allow states to move forward with their individual states' rights on medical cannabis. Maybe something will come down the line on recreational, but they will have to go to Congress for approval of federal dollars for enforcement of recreational cannabis. So, again, I just wanted to address those key issues before I go into the ad hoc committee work. Certainly open to any questions if you have any.
Questions? Done? All right. Nope. Done, Victor.
Okay, great. So just a few weeks ago I've been on board with you folks for about 5 weeks now. A few weeks ago, we did go on a tour of a few facilities in the city of San Jose. And I do want to thank staff that was able to attend. We had administrative staff there, our ag commissioner, our sheriff, district attorney, probation chief, and we had a San Jose Police Department staff that oversees the Office of Cannabis Control in the city of San Jose. Really, it was an important tour because we were looking at vertically integrated facilities that really don't have the ability to cultivate on site. They have the retail components, but those are likely end users of the product that they're hoping to cultivate here in San Benito County. So, again, I want to thank staff for participating, and certainly it was certainly an interesting tour of those facilities. But it's important because even though dispensing is not going to be discussed here at the county level, it's important for you to know where the end of this is going to be. What's cultivated here in San Benito County, where is it going to end up? Where is it going to be sold? And it's important obviously for the stakeholders and county staff to be aware of that. So currently the ad hoc committee met along with Supervisor Rivas and staff had a meeting the day after on March 16th. We discussed a variety of issues from the land use component. Where will the Board of Supervisors end up going when it comes to the land use component of it? Cultivation sizes, where we're going to end up on cultivation size, greenhouse structures, and in-house, fully enclosed structures. The direction we've received thus far from the ad hoc committee will be to not allow fully open growth. So it will likely be within a structure, either a greenhouse or a warehouse. Discussions are also revolving around the tax structure. Where are we going to end up on a canopy tax? And again, these are discussions we're going to have again this Thursday at the ad hoc committee. We're discussing setbacks on cultivation. Where are they going to be allowed setbacks from parcel lines, residential structures, youth facilities, bus stops, churches, and then also we'll get into the cost recovery. Not only will the cultivators be paying likely a canopy tax, you'll likely also want to recoup your costs as staff. And we do have examples of that. Obviously we're going to have to work with your auditor and your staff to figure out certainly what staff is going to be needed, and putting together a nexus study on where we're going to end up as a full-on cost to the impacts of cannabis in San Benito County. So again, that's sort of the issues that we're looking at the ad hoc committee level, and we're hoping to give some fairly clear direction at the end of this week to the new deputy county counsel, Sarah, to go ahead and start drafting an initial ordinance for the review of the ad hoc committee, the review of the public at the ad hoc committee level, review from the industry, and then hopefully bring something before the Board of Supervisors in the next 60 days or so. So that's kind of where we are. If you have any questions, I'm certainly able to answer any questions you may have before you open it up to the public.
Supervisor Botello?
Yeah, I guess my question is, I'm happy you're looking into all those issues, because every bit of it has to, take in consideration, the impacts, whether it's water, and if it's to be in buildings, whether it's greenhouses or warehouses, drainage and water coming off of those type of properties to just through the whole area, traffic, and I'm happy that you're looking into the residential zones. Last thing we need is marijuana cultivation in residential areas like home enterprise. I have a home enterprise. I'm going to grow 50 plants in my backyard because I got a big backyard. I don't want to see any of that. But where does that, you'd mentioned earlier in your presentation, maybe not going forward with the public hearings and what if we're going to allow the 25 applicants to cultivate this year until we get the ordinance in place, or get the ordinance in place and then review those applications and then possibly deny them the opportunity to continue their commercial cultivation. Is that what you're recommending?
This is sort of the concern is you had these applicants come forth, right? They came out of the light. Again, you likely have hundreds out there that didn't, and now you're gonna potentially enforce this on those that are trying to come into compliance. I guess that's kind of the concern I have there is, and then also what's also in the back of my mind is how we're going to move on this cultivation policy, right? If you're going to be opening up the hearing on these applications and vetting them as you see fit, likely in 60 days, these folks that you're shutting down could likely be applicants, and when you establish your ordinance, so. It's just something to think about, Supervisor Botello. I mean, it's obviously up to the board on how they want to move forward with this, but I'm fairly confident that the ad hoc committee and both members are pressing on this. They certainly want to move forward fairly quickly in an appropriate manner, right? Vetting everything cautiously, but still moving forward in a realistic time frame here, and saving you, again, some time from having to go through this hearing and potentially using these applications, these first applicants, as maybe your first phase of applications for the new cultivation policy, right? So that could be a potential route as well.
Yeah, I'm just concerned, not the 25 applicants that put in their paperwork. That's but the 200 or 300 that is estimated out there, I certainly don't want to handcuff the sheriff in his duties and enforcing the law, because I don't think it's this industry is not any different than any other industry in the permitting process, and if we're that worried about takings and all that, well, heck, if I want to start up a slaughterhouse, it's what you're telling me is I start up my slaughterhouse and the counties would be worried that I didn't go get my use permit. It might be a taking if they try to shut it down. That's just not how I don't think we want to operate. But we have to have the ordinance in place, and I'm certainly interested in, if the committee is bringing back, some proposals sooner than later, it works.
And Supervisor Botello, you actually, I'm obviously interested in hearing also what the public is going to say here. We may have some applicants that showed up today, and they may have a different perspective. They may say, "Hey, move forward. I'd like my application to be vetted." So again, it's going to be, up to you folks on how you want to move forward.
Supervisor Rivas.
Yeah, so as a member of the ad hoc, we are meeting frequently. We have been meeting every 2 weeks, I believe. We have a meeting scheduled this Thursday, but we anticipate to, ramp that up as we make progress on the ordinance, and certainly part of that is a lot of public outreach with local, with our community and local interest groups here in San Benito County. But moving forward, obviously, this component, the enforcement component, from a public safety standpoint, certainly I want to, if I wasn't confident we could get a permanent ordinance in place, I would say let's hold these public hearings. Let's vet these applicants, and let's give our sheriff the opportunity to, enforce what we have, as this temporary ordinance. But I'm pretty confident talking to staff that we're going to have a permanent ordinance or a draft ordinance before this board in a rather quick time frame. And then part of this process is including obviously our sheriff and our district attorney and our probation officer to be part of the discussion. And certainly this is going to be, I anticipate, to be a very vetted ordinance moving forward. So, thank you, Mr. Chair.
You're welcome. Supervisor Munzer?
So I received a phone call this week. Microphone, please. Sorry. Thank you very much. I received a phone call this week, and the question put to me was, why are we drafting a new ordinance when we haven't done anything to enforce the ordinance that we have in place now? So I guess the gist of my questions now, and I'm not even sure who I'm addressing them to, whether it's Barbara or Victor or even Supervisor Rivas. But if we went through and set the public hearing now, then when the new ordinance comes back, if we rejected somebody's application, what I think I'm hearing is then they could reapply possibly under the new ordinance, and we just be doing double the work.
That's correct.
Is that what I'm kind of hearing? So it's not a case of we just dragging our feet and not enforcing our current ordinance. We're trying to tie the two, the current ordinance with the new ordinance together and make it clear what we're trying to do.
Right. And part of it's the timing of the, yes. The old ordinance was adopted, I believe, on September 27th, and as soon as the board changed on January, that's when it became, with the appointment of the new ad hoc committee, that's when it became apparent that there may be a change in direction with the board to allow cultivation. So that's part of the, to seek direction from the board on the enforcement, more vigorous enforcement of the existing ordinance based upon the desire of the board to allow cultivation in the future. And so that's what's before the board today.
Okay. And so if we extend the hearing date for another 180 days, and hopefully we have the new ordinance in place at that time, would any of these illegal grower that we feel is going on, would they be able to submit an application? Or has the time for submitting application come and gone?
Under the new ordinance, anybody could submit a new application.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Under the new ordinance?
When we have a new ordinance, anybody could submit an application.
You'll have a completely new licensing structure. Yeah.
Will that supersede what we have now?
Yes,
because that's going to supersede what we have now.
This one expires on its face. It only, when we last extended it, we only extended it for 10 months, 15 days. And we would have to come back with a 4/5 vote to extend it for another year. So we are facing a deadline on this ordinance as well, from 10 months and 15 days from when we last extended it, which was, I believe, in October or November.
Okay, but again, I want to be crystal clear in my own mind. The new ordinance that we are working on, that the ad hoc committee is working on, is going to supersede the current emergency one, which obviously makes sense. Okay, thank you.
Before I go to Mark Medina, does that mean that the current applicants under the current ordinance, they will now be bundled together with all the other new applicants?
I think it depends on how it's drafted, but it'd be a new ordinance with new regulations that are going to be much more in depth and specific than our existing framework. Our existing ordinance was just to stop additional cultivation, to lay down a status quo situation and stop the evolving cultivations in the county. So the new ordinance is going to have much more in-depth regulations than the current ordinance.
Okay, sorry about that, Supervisor. So just really quick, Mr. Chair, what other communities have done, other counties have done, is they've actually taken an initial phase of applications And those applications, though, Barbara's absolutely right, they'll have to submit a new application. Some of those initial applicants were given sort of, for lack of a better term, were grandfathered in. I don't want to say grandfathered in because that implies compliance, right? But really, they were giving sort of the lead as these are the first, these are whatever they are, 25, 33 applications. These are the first. If these applicants submit applications under the new application, they would likely be taken first, right? That's just what other communities have looked at.
Thank you, Victor.
Just a couple things to clarify, and hopefully this will help you out, Ms. Supervisor Munzer. Is there's 25 applicants that came out here. I don't want to penalize the possible business partners because they did come out and they are in an application process. Now, if you think there's 200 growers out there, that shows 175 illegal growers. So our sheriff's department, our enforcement, we can go after those 175 illegal growers. Correct.
Under criminal state law.
Okay, so
there could be. It's always that they would have to have enough evidence to proceed in criminal court.
So that's the first part. The second part is even though these 25 applicants are, if we decided to go another 180 days, which I would want to, if we decided this, and the new applicants the applicants must understand that they may be denied during the new permitting process because they may not adhere to our policies and our procedures that we have in place, the new ordinance. So I want to make sure it's crystal clear that just because you have 25 applicants right now that are being reviewed or we're going to extend their ability to cultivate the cannabis, when the new ordinance comes out, they may be denied. And am I clear on that?
Absolutely. Yep, you're right. I mean, the new ordinance, as Barbara mentioned again, will be strict. And some of these applicants that applied may have open growth right now. It's pretty clear right now that that's not the direction this board is going to go, right? So yeah, you're absolutely right. Some of these applications, even in the new phase of applications, would still be denied.
Thank you.
Supervisor Munzer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So if we went ahead and had the hearing next month, brought these 25 applications forward, we approved some, denied some. The ones that we approved, would they have good standing under the new ordinance?
No, we could still regulate them under the new ordinance. We would be imposing additional regulations.
So they would not have grandfather status?
No, I think the issue is whether you'll allow them some sort of transition period, for example, but we will be bringing them in. It's like I believe that we can impose new regulations on them. Right now we don't have any regulations such as air quality, water. We don't have an existing cultivation ordinance. All we have is a temporary moratorium that expires on its face if the board doesn't extend it. We do not have a current cultivation ordinance that's a permanent cultivation ordinance.
So truly, if we had a hearing next month, we would not be accomplishing anything until the new ordinance was in place.
I know that perhaps there might be some people that have a different viewpoint on the issue. I believe it's a duplication of effort where the primary effort could be devoted to developing a new ordinance so that we have a permanent ordinance that has strong regulatory factors in place for these cultivation sites. But it's up to the board. I mean, if the board wants to have those hearings, it's up to the board.
Okay, so what I'm hearing, Barbara, is anybody that we denied in a public hearing next month would be able to reapply under the new ordinance.
Yes, that's correct.
Anybody we said was okay under the current ordinance would not have assurances that they were okay under the new ordinance.
That's correct.
So they would have to reapply also.
Yes.
Okay, so who sets the rules then on how applicants are evaluated?
So within your we'll obviously work on developing the cultivation policy, the ordinance. we'll obviously be looking at the rules and regulations on how these facilities are going to operate. And then the board will be approving a application review process, right? And likely it's going to be it's up to you, right, at what level you want to keep it at. You could certainly keep it at the administrative level and allow county staff to do the approvals. In most cases, not all, but in most cases, it happens to be Karen's department that'll do some of it. Sometimes it's planning and building that takes care of the application review process, at least the permitting portion of it. But each application is always reviewed by a stakeholder group, right? And the stakeholder group is approved by you. So it could be, you could designate that application review process or that structure to be your ad hoc committee and its stakeholders. Or, it could be vetted specifically by not having a board member there and running it through an administrative level. Or you could vet all the applications yourself, right? And that could certainly be dependent on the amount of applications that are allowed under the new policy. That's going to be up to the policymakers to make that decision. Ultimately, the ad hoc committee, and ultimately you.
But before any of this can occur, the board or through the recommendation of the committee have to set the groundwork, right?
Mm-hmm.
The rules.
Correct. Absolutely.
Supervisor Botello?
Yeah, I'm not hearing any of the timing running this ordinance through the Planning Commission either. I don't know if our intentions is not to run this particular ordinance.
I think we will, especially if we address zoning, where it will be allowed in the county. But I think that you would develop a draft ordinance and then send it to the Planning Commission, so that you would have some insight about how you'd like the ordinance developed, and then it would go to the Planning Commission, then back to the board.
Is that included on the 180 days, or is that on top of the 180 days?
No, we should be able to do it within that time period if we
and the second
spend
thing,
enough time and effort at it.
All right. Second thing, I'm just having a hard time. We're very concerned about takings and things like that. And what makes it any different?
It's an uphill battle for them to prove that, actually. I think that a lot of the applications will not be able to meet that standard. So it's a pretty strict standard that we have in our ordinance. It just allows the board to make that decision, but I don't know that very many applicants will be able to come up to that standard.
Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Medina?
Just to be clear, real clear again.
Quit messing around with it. Doesn't work?
Yeah,
of course.
Just to be real clear, what we're talking about is during the vetting process, it needs to be black or white, like we're saying. There's no gray area, because I do not want any of our supervisors or any of our staff to make a decision based upon who they know or what else is going on in their life at that point in time. So when we come back, ad hoc comes back to the board, we will make sure it is black and white.
Okay.
Maybe the light is no good. We got the CMAP.
They've gotten unplugged at the bottom there.
Oh, at the bottom? Oh, well, I'll figure it out.
We'll check it out.
Looks like it's got a plug.
Okay. Yes, Supervisor Rivas.
I have one question. I'm not sure for staff or for maybe Mr. Gomez that maybe hasn't been addressed.
Can't hear you.
So certainly we have these applicants on file. Okay. These applicants, are they allowed to expand their operations during this time? So they submitted an application. And so this is the one concern from residents, the calls that I've received, obviously, is, hey, why can't the sheriff go in? Why can't the county go in? You guys have this ordinance. Why can't you go in and shut them down? Okay. So having an application on file, I understand that. But to me, that application signifies their current operations. Do they have the ability to expand during this time?
I think that because there's no enforcement of the ordinance, there's really no enforcement of the ordinance until the board holds those hearings. So they, by default, they are expanding. And so I think that to stop the expansion, you would have to, it's the hearings. Yeah.
So that's the benefit of possibly holding hearings.
Yeah, that's one benefit of holding the hearings. And the other one, I know that the law enforcement wants to hold the hearings so that they clear up the ambiguity in the any ambiguity if there was criminal prosecution. So, for example, if you did, your first question, if you did hold the hearings and you did say, okay, you can continue to exist for, the next year, for example, you could set a limit because you can either grant, deny, or conditionally approve those extended amortization periods. So you could say you can continue to exist, but you have to exist at, 100 plants, for example. So you have the ability to put conditions on their continuing existence to limit their size if you allowed them to continue to exist.
So, I guess more for Victor. Once we go through these hearings and once there are a number of applicants that are moving forward, when does the conversation of sales tax, all the other revenue opportunities, to that it's incorporated on the new ordinance that we're thinking about in the near future?
So it's a being in the middle of an election cycle. It gets a little difficult, but at the same time, I think it's to your advantage. So no matter what, you're going to have to go through the Prop 218 process. You're going to have to do it when you're developing a new license, a new tax. You're going to have to go to the voters for approval.
Okay, so
but
hold that thought.
Sure.
Now, Barbara, if the board, you said we can do approve, deny, or conditional, right? On the conditional side, can we put a development agreement that they will commit dollars for in consideration of that conditional permit?
I think that's a discussion for the individual applicants. I would want to have a discussion with them to see who would voluntarily agree to that.
It's all voluntarily agreed.
Yeah, I mean, it is. We really do need to go to the voters to put a certain canopy tax onto the properties.
All right, thank you.
So what's been happening on that question, Supervisor, Mr. Chair, that has been traditionally worked into the development agreements. So any other jurisdiction that has gone through this process, you're not the first jurisdiction that's gone through this process 18 months before the next election. They have adopted temporary fees. So as you develop this fee, say you land on, just to use a round number, say you land at $5 a square foot for cultivation, you could, if that's what you're going to take to the voter or somewhere around that, a scale, usually $3 to $7 or wherever you end up, you'll likely want to work in that, for consistency's sake, something similar to that for the development fee temporarily. That development fee will obviously go away after the new tax structure is approved by the voters next year.
And if the voters don't approve it?
I haven't seen one fail. So it's what other jurisdictions have done has made it contingent upon approval of the tax agreement or the new tax structure. So you'll allow a temporary use. They're rolling the dice. The cultivators are rolling the dice when they're doing this. They'll invest in their facilities. If the tax happens not to pass, then operations cease.
Okay, good.
But again, at least recently, and I know it was a presidential election, some of these cannabis taxes passed at astronomical rates. Right? I think Monterey County had one in November. Santa Cruz County did as well, or the city. They're over. They're like 3/4, 75%. I think Monterey County was at 73%, if I'm not mistaken. So, and remember, it's a general purpose tax. You only need 50 plus 1% to pass.
Okay, thank you. So I got Supervisor Munzer first, and then Rivas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, following up on Supervisor Rivas, and I'm trying to understand whether we should set a hearing date earlier or put it off. And at one point, I didn't think there was any benefit in having a hearing date sooner. But Supervisor Rivas brought up the fact that we could, under a conditional use permit, set the amount of the size of the growth until we have the new ordinance in place, and then they could reapply. So we could set a limit to what's out there, and on top of that, it would give law enforcement the ability to go after the ones that have not applied. Is that correct?
Right, and it would be through the process, the hearing process from the board, that you would set those conditions.
So there is a benefit in having the hearing sooner than later.
That is one of the benefits that could come from the
All right.
hearing.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Supervisor Rivas?
Yeah, and so just to follow up on that as well, I mean, so clearly, Mike, as I stated previously, my concern is you have these applicants on file, and so I would hope that with an application on file, things would just stop, right? And so this concern that some of these operations may be expanding on this premise that they have an application on file, the hell with it, it's a free for all. You know, and this application being not possible cover, you know. And so is there a way to process applications? I mean, I don't know. We have all these applications on file. We have possibly, as Mr. Gomez had stated, you know, a whole bunch of different illegal operations. I couldn't tell you where one of these operations is. You know, I live in the middle of town. Maybe my neighbors. I have no idea. I've worked too many dang jobs. I leave the house before when the sun it's still dark outside. I get home when it's dark. And so processing these applications, if we open up this hearing process, do we have the ability to work with law enforcement to pick and choose which ones are a concern, or do we have to process all of them at once? Is there has to be some kind of equity to this process?
I think that staff, through the county counsel's office and planning and possibly other stakeholders, could start the evaluation process of these applications and rank them, or like determine like recommendations to the board when it eventually comes to the board about which ones should, you know, like it's ultimately the board's decision, but there could be a recommendation to the board about which
right,
ones
because I certainly don't want. I understand the duplication of effort.
Mhm.
I don't want to have this duplication of effort moving forward.
Mhm.
But at the same time, I don't want to penalize these applicants that are trying to be good partners with the county, that are trying to do a good job. But you know, I certainly want to target the bad apples in the group that are certainly taking advantage of this temporary ordinance.
Mhm.
And if there's a way for us to do that, I'm open to it. If there isn't, then I'd like staff to say you're out of your mind and it's not going to work.
I would have to talk to the sheriff's office to see whether they'd be interested in like identifying, like, you know, the top 10 applicants that they would like to see proceed to the board first. I don't know whether they would want to identify certain sites as areas of interest to them. But if they would be interested in discussing those applications with them, we could determine whether there are certain sites that appear to be less operating within state regulations at the present time, state law, and to have focus on those and bring those to the board. It is possible to not treat all applicants exactly the same.
Right. Thank you. And so, Mr. Chair, maybe, you know, I don't like to put anybody on the spot, but, you know, I know the sheriff is here. If the sheriff feels comfortable, maybe inviting him to the podium, because I'm curious to see what it is that the sheriff's office is doing to, you know, as far as like an enforcement, as far as some of the illegal operations in the county, and see how we can work together to.
Yeah, I will allow the sheriff to come to the podium, but this is still at board discussion level, so I'm going to keep it here for right now. Barbara, I think Supervisor Rivas might be onto something, but my only concern is what parameters or how are you going to determine what is considered a risk? I mean, the nature of the position of a sheriff department, anything that walks out the doors can be a risk. It's just depending on how you evaluate that. So for us to ask the sheriff to say, okay, give us your risk perspective, give us your top 10, and yet the Board of Supervisors might have a different policy implementation idea. So I kind of wrestle with that concept right now. But I think Supervisor Rivas might be hitting on something. Supervisor Medina.
Well, I just urge. Okay, can you hear me? Yeah. I just urge everyone to think about this right now. Is we have 25 applicants. Now we're talking about possibly looking at them and saying, well, one's better than another. There's your gray area. There's nothing black or white saying These are the parameters they must follow. These are the parameters that they must adhere to. So to me, once again, I hate to use the word, but it could be favoritism. It could be someone knows someone. What we want to do is we want to get away from that. So, what I'm looking at is a couple of things. Have we ever asked the 25 applicants to come into a room and see and try to work this out, negotiating with them?
I don't think so. No.
So that might be the first step. The first step might be ask if they can volunteer to possibly not expand their operations any further until we come up with the ordinance. And if that would be on the applicants, if they would like to do that, I think that's the first route we would go to. I just hate to see the gray area, because I've seen in my lifetime, gray area always creates issues and problems.
Right.
Thank you. Okay, Victor, are you done with your presentation?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Barbara, are you done with your legal presentation?
Yes.
Does the board have any further questions?
Well, when we did the ordinance to begin with, I thought we were put a moratorium on commercial growing, or whatever you want to call it, commercial cooperative growing. We put a deadline to well after what we think. I don't know anything about marijuana. Was after the harvest, where people weren't reinvested in. And this is a period of time that there shouldn't be anything in the ground on these co-ops. So we are treating everybody the same and weighing everything. And if that was the case, then we could wait till the second ordinance and not have a hearing. But if there is operations out there that is replanting and redistributing, then I think it really complicates things, because some of these operations are in places that should not be approved. If they're outdoors, and I think that is problematic. Greenhouses are not hoop houses. Permanent structures is what I think needs to be looked at, not plastic. And that's where I'm at with it. And I'm kind of leaning towards the hearing part of it myself, but I don't see how we could allow this activity until we have the ordinance in place.
The problem is that we approve an urgency ordinance that allows for applicants to have a public hearing, and that's the problem right there. Okay. All right. Sheriff Thompson, you want to speak, or you want to hold after public comment?
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I didn't come prepared to speak today, but I think I can perhaps provide some clarity to this board on some of the difficulties that we are experiencing, and perhaps that might influence your next step. The issue of ambiguity has been very difficult on staff and the members of this community surrounding the topic of marijuana. We get frequent phone calls and inquiries from community members about the presence of grows and operations adjacent to their homes and businesses. We get growers and people in the marijuana industry inquiring about permissions to expand or exist in the county. But we also get a lot of landowners calling to run a scenario by myself or members of my staff in which they pose the question, should I go through with this land lease because I have this person or that person inquiring about my property? We also get them calling us and saying we have just recently leased or agreed to land use issue with someone who's now growing marijuana. They just started this week or last week. And when we look at the names, it's one of the applicants that came in. It might benefit your board to know that the sheriff's office and some other members of the community, not the community rather, but different departments did gather and reviewed the stack of applications after the deadline. And we collectively looked through those applications, and there were a few of them that we thought could potentially be of interest to this board for an interest of takings, which was the spirit of the provision provided in the ordinance. But there were many that were not even close to meeting the expectations outlined by this board for compliance. I don't have the exact date committed to memory, but there was a particular date in which they had to be in existence and operating. Barbara, I don't know if you recall the date, but it was a 2016 date. It wasn't a 2017 date, so it was back in the fall. So one of the conditions was that you had to be in operation by this particular date last fall. Well, since that particular date, there has been significant developments occurring at these sites where applicants have listed where they wish to grow. We routinely see additional structures, hoop houses, greenhouses, water sources, electrical sources, road developments, etc., going in, and these what were small postage stamp size places last fall are now expanding their borders significantly. It's the understanding of some of the landowners that the county has permitted these things, and they are entering into land use agreements to further expand these operations. I can tell you as the sheriff, I am in a very difficult position. I'm elected by the people to maintain the rights for the people and to follow the laws established by the people. And the ordinance that this board adopted last fall has created a significant amount of hardship on us all. It would benefit the sheriff's office and a number of your constituents if you could hold those hearings this month and make a determination of which of these operations you're going to permit, albeit temporarily, and give us the definitive green light to require the other operations to come to an abrupt halt. That would be very helpful to my staff and to the people that phone me repeatedly. I'll also take any questions from this board if there are any at this time.
Thank you, Sheriff Thompson. Any questions? No. Thank you, Sheriff. We appreciate it.
And thank you.
Okay, I'm going to open it up to the public now. Speaker cards.
Matthew Woolley.
Hi, good morning, Board. My name is Matthew Woolley. I am one of the registered applicants, farm named New Growth Organics. We place an emphasis on sustainable farming practices and are 100% compliant in all state laws. And we appreciate the opportunity to operate in this county. And would like to urge the county to support the vote of its constituents who passed medicinal and adult use cannabis regulations. The city has begun its regulatory framework, and now the county can expand on what has started and create a benefit for the county, for the people of the county. This is an opportunity to raise significant funding, taxes, through permitting, through taxation, and we are in the processes of working through those regulations and are happy to provide any insight or any guidance through that process. We look forward to working with the county to create an ordinance that provides certainty for growers and benefits the community. And thank you for the opportunity to speak, and we look forward to moving forward with this. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker card.
Tony Lobu.
Lobu.
Abu.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors and members of the community here. I'd like to commend the board for normally taking the lead on things that affect our community, which are everything from library to floods. But last month, the city took the lead and passed an ordinance which allows for the cultivation, manufacturing, and dispensary of medical cannabis. And I think this board can kind of pick up where the city left off and use the ordinance that the city has passed, in which they gathered a lot of public input and community involvement from a lot of the members that are here today to create an ordinance that will benefit not only the people who are in need of the medical cannabis, but it will also generate fees and vetting and funding that our community could use for police, fire protection, and of course potholes and things of that nature. And we could also use some of that funding to help people that are in substance abuse programs and so forth, and possibly stopping some of that abuse from happening. In an effort, I do commend the county for doing the hard work and putting an ad hoc committee together, and thank you for your hard work. But I do encourage that you do work with the people that are going to be growing cannabis and medical cannabis in the area, and I urge you and support your decisions to make this a viable business opportunity for our county. And I thank you for your time and the opportunity to speak here today.
Thank you, Tony.
Michael Halperin.
Good morning, Board. I come here as many hats. One is I'm an organic grower in the county, and I've been supporting the marijuana industry for years. Well, not in the way that you think. Many of my workers after they work for me, they go to work for operations where they're paid cash and where they're not covered by workman's comp and other things. And so what we've seen is a rise in workman comp claims, and we attribute this to workers working after hours for operations where they're paid cash. They report for work the next day, and they've got a back injury, they've got something, and it's really hard for me to prove. So I think the ordinance should have it should have strong language on workman's comp, payroll taxes. We're competing with an industry. I think that the marijuana industry is probably bigger in this county than the agricultural industry, and they're paying wages higher than we are. And the gentleman before me said that he was in compliance, but I suspect many are not. This is the application planning department put out for people, and the planning department was under the same impression that the board of supervisors, that this was just to cover through I presume December of 2016. Yet, voila, the people who filled this out are now in track for they're the 25 or 30 growers. Somehow county council, someone of wisdom thought, oh, let's take these people and give them some sort of priority. In a normal sense, if you were getting a permit at planning department, it would be open to all. And so I guess I would challenge you, are we setting a precedent here that I guess the question is, does the county want everyone to be in compliance? It's either yes or no.
Summarize your summary.
I want law enforcement to be able to do it. Let's say I have an illegal grove.
Thank you, sir.
Oh, sorry, just a quick.
Thank you. We got a lot of speakers. Thank you. Next speaker card.
Gary Cameron.
Thank you. I'm just going to take just a moment to address you this morning and urge you in making the decisions that you make to base those on what's best for the children in the community, what's best for our environment, and also I would hope that you'd give heavy emphasis in making your considerations to the recommendations of your law enforcement, your probation, and your sheriff's office, and your district attorney's office. It was interesting. I went to the Nights Out activity that we had downtown, and I saw the health department slideshow today where they had a booth there, and they were encouraging youth not to smoke. And it looks to me like we're kind of giving a mixed message here when we're talking about the introducing agricultural and so forth type of marijuana into our community. So I'm concerned about that mixed message that we're giving in the end result that that's going to have. I think if we looked at our community, I think it's rich in many ways in the environment and the family atmosphere that we have here in the country and the wholesome community that we have. I guess we are poor as far as tax income is concerned, but I would hope that the decisions that are made are not based primarily upon money, but upon what's really best for our children and future generations. I've talked to people that said that the passage of the marijuana initiative was really a mandate, but I don't think it was a mandate to us to grow in this community, to grow marijuana. And I would urge the board to take whatever action is necessary to quickly put an end to the illegal operations that are going on at the present time. The moratorium it doesn't appear to be working at all. As a matter of fact, it seems to be working against us as additional grows and so forth are being established. And so, anyway, I would think that maybe if we had 25 people or 25 applicants that wanted to comply with the law, and maybe we could do something to cut off everybody else that doesn't take the opportunity, and then examine those people. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jack Kirk.
Good morning, and I appreciate being able to be here, and I know how hard you guys work. I've talked to a lot of you, and I know you. But it's interesting, there seems to be a little clash. You guys are kind of, by not acting on the ordinance that you did last year, you've allowed a little Wild West going on. There's grows popping up. I know over on Union Road between Southside and Airline, there's about 12 greenhouses pop up, and there was no plants back in November. Now there's plants going in the ground. So these things are happening, and I think we need to realize that while you're in activity, and with all due respect, that by not moving forward between the staff and that, you're allowing these future opportunities for people to go after you for taking. Because I'm a commercial grower. I grow commercial apricots. We get small crop, 21 tons, but we're working on our crop for June, July, and we're doing what we need to do now. These people can't wait. If you're going to tell them that they can't grow, you need to tell them now. If not, they're putting plants in the ground because they want their crop this summer, and that's what you're allowing to happen. You guys are growers, some of you. It's interesting, the comment, we want to be good citizens, and we want to be, or the comment by that these people want to comply. Then why are they putting plants in the ground if they want to apply? They haven't got direction from you. Well, lack of you giving them direction, or saying no, or ruling on these applications, or in fact in telling them that they can put plants in the ground. So I think it's important that you guys take a position and have your hearing and rule on these 25 applications or 30 applications where they are, and let the people know where it's their right. They should know whether they've been accepted. And then also it gives your law enforcement the ability to tell them, no, you cannot be putting plants in the ground. It protects your constituents to know that they know they can go to their government and that we're government of law, not just allowing things happen because we're in inactivity. And I'm not trying to insult anybody, but I just feel like it's just gone on. This thing started back in it was November. They had to have plants in the ground, and now we have people still putting plants in the ground now. And so it doesn't seem to be a rule of law with this item. And who knows when this new ordinance will be put together with the ad hoc committee. I sat for a year and a half working with the city on the ordinance, on the regulations. They took a lot longer, especially when you start public input. And it could be next spring before you finally get your ordinance together. As much as everybody's working on it, hopefully it'll be sooner than that. And you've got a very much more cooperative board than perhaps our city does. So maybe it'll happen a little faster. But in between, you've got a whole other year of crop being going to the ground. And that's why I'd encourage you to move forward with having your vote and having a public hearing on these people's applications.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Stephanie Smith.
Hello, the supervisors. Thank you for considering this issue. And I'm here to just I've spoken before, so I think most of you are familiar with my feelings on the issue. I think it's really important. I know there's a lot of talk of gray area in the law, right? And I want to reiterate what some other people have said, in that you guys passed an ordinance. You worked hard to pass an ordinance in the fall and set parameters. And I think that if the applicants want to be good business partners, they should respect those parameters. And those were that there should be no growing after December 27th, 2016. I think that it's important to, at the time of passing the ordinance, I know that we did discuss doing a commercial cultivation ordinance that would take into account respecting residents in the area and ensuring that they have, that there's safety for those residents, and that the applicants are being good citizens to the community as well. So I definitely I think it's important to allow the sheriff to enforce the laws that are in place. I think bringing forward these applications and not holding these people in limbo and getting them answers, and obviously prioritizing the ones that fall within the model of where you feel commercial will be allowed, such as enclosed in a warehouse, not bordering a residential property, et cetera. I think those are really important things for you guys to decide and move forward, because as everyone's mentioned, right now is the time everyone's going to plant for any crop that's going to be harvested in the summer. I think you guys need to move this forward for hearings as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you.
Marty Richmond.
Marty Richmond from Hollister. I'd like to remind you of something I said earlier when we started this whole thing, which was if you lose control of it at the beginning, you're going to lose control of it. And I just use examples from all over the state. And how it actually worked out is a better likelihood than what you think it's going to be. Just look. So anytime you put in an area and you say, here's the line that's gray, people will move to that line. It's just human nature. It has nothing to do with insulting anybody. Everybody does it. Whether you're selling flowers or selling ice cream or selling marijuana, makes no difference. I'm going to make some specific recommendations. The initial application period is closed. You've asked people to comply. If there's no penalty for not complying for those who did not comply, then they will never comply with anything. So, and there's no reward for the people who did comply. So you've asked people to comply. Some people complied, and obviously from this testimony here, the vast majority of people who are growing did not comply. Well, there has to be a penalty for not complying. And so what you should do is give the sheriff the name of the applicants and the APN numbers. You don't have to publicize them. And tell the sheriff the first priority is to close down any operation that doesn't have an application in or is running on an APN number that's not on one of the application forms. That's pretty simple. You have carte blanche to go out and close down any operation, because any operation that doesn't have an application and is not on an APN number is performing a criminal act, because they're growing that without permission, and that's against the law, both the state law, local law, state law, the federal law. I don't know what law we have to go to. So let's reward the people who did comply, and let's punish the people who didn't comply and send a message for the future, number one. Number two, for those people who did comply, we owe them the review of that application and to see if, in fact, they are in compliance beyond just applying. And then we need to look for correctable things and say, yeah, you're in compliance, but can we get you to correct this and we correct that? And what's your reward for that? Your reward for that is we will take your application first when we get the new thing. We can't exempt you from what it's going to say, but we can give you priority because you've cooperated and you've complied. And that way we get people who do the right thing get the benefit, and people who do the wrong thing get the punishment. That's how our system works. If you don't enforce it, it won't happen. I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Marty.
Thank you.
Any other speaker cards? None?
Steve Becerra.
Good morning. My name is Steve Becerra. I'm a San Benito County resident, and I'd like just to applaud you on your efforts moving forward with the ad hoc committee and developing the medical marijuana ordinance that I'm sure is going to come to play. But today, the conversation is to remind you about why this board put together a moratorium about medical marijuana grows. And one of the biggest reasons was public nuisance. And some, not all, of the growers, medical marijuana growers, have established hoop house grows near rural residential properties that have caused problems. You've heard it before. It's nothing new. The city heard the same thing. So I would encourage you today, and that's the conversation today, is to hold the hearings based upon the ordinance you passed last year. September 27th, I think, was a day, I may be wrong, maybe in November, I think it was September 27th was a day that you said if you have to have your plants in the ground, and then you have to fill out the application, and then we will consider you to continue growing. And now it's March, the end of March, beginning of April. I'd encourage you to hold the hearings for these people, and let the ones that are doing it properly, let them prove that they had the plants in the ground according to your ordinance, and let them continue to do what they're going to do until this new ordinance comes in place. But I think you'll find that, and I'm going to use a term that I heard from one of the good growers, I think you'll find that when you hold those hearings, which you should, based upon your ordinance, you're going to find some of what he said, guerrilla growers, have since September 27th in November and since 2016 have established additional grows, have created more structures on their present grows, and are just doing it for the money. So I think you just need to do, for right now, just do what your ordinance put in place. Hold the hearings, let's move forward on this. Let's let the good guys continue to do what they're doing as long as they meet the law, and the ones that don't, that aren't going to come up to the standard of your moratorium, then allow law enforcement to say, no, you're done. Shut them down. Remember, the main reason you put together this ordinance or this moratorium was because some of the growers were causing public nuisances to your constituents, to people in this county. So I would encourage you to hold the hearings and on the moratorium as you passed last year. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sean Cali Ray.
Thank you, Board. My name is Sean Cali-Rai. I'm a lobbyist. I work with the industry, the cannabis industry. I helped 7 out of the 16 collectives in San Jose obtain their licenses. San Jose went through a 4-year process. They were ahead of the state when they allowed their licensing. We now have a regulated market in San Jose that in 2016 did about $89 million, almost $90 million in regulated transactions, somewhere around 1.5 million individual transactions that would have probably been on the streets. This is not an industry that just popped up and here all of a sudden there's $90 million worth of transactions taking place. Medicine needs to be grown somewhere. You don't have to be for cannabis. You don't have to be against cannabis. And I'm quoting the San Jose police sergeant that does the enforcement. He says, I'm not pro-cannabis, I'm not anti-cannabis, I'm pro-regulation. The market exists out there. It's being sold illegally. It's being grown illegally. Regulated. Bring it under your control. Have regulations. Have strict regulations. Have the sheriff go out, do enforcement. Have the district attorney go out and prosecute folks for disobeying the law, but have regulation. You can see what happens without it. I would encourage you to move sooner than later. You're lucky that you have other jurisdictions around you that have passed good ordinances up and down the state, even the city of Hollister. It took some time. We worked with the community. We even had the Church of Latter-day Saints come out to several facilities in San Jose and take a tour. It's about inclusiveness. Like I said, you don't have to be for it or against it, but you should have the community come together and draft good regulations that work and then enforce. So I would encourage, I have a number of clients in San Jose that it is not conducive to cultivate in San Jose that would like to come down to San Bernardino County, pay taxes, obey the law, and do it right. And we hope that you will pass regulations sooner. Keep some folks that are currently here that are good operators operating, and just sort of be open to the community and allow for a business that is only growing and that the state is now regulating and is going to continue to grow. Some people think it'll go 20 or 30 or 40%. If you look at the trajectory from alcohol, from prohibition to today, it was not a 30 or 40 or 50% increase. It was probably a 300 or 400 or 500% increase. So I don't see marijuana being any slower than that, frankly. And so you may as well wrap your arms around it and regulate, regulate, regulate. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. No more speaker cards? We got one more.
Salinas.
Good morning, board members. My name is Elia Salinas, and I'm a county resident. And I would encourage you to please review all the applications that have been submitted to you. The majority of the people that I know that applied are in compliant with your ordinance, which specifically said that you apply, we will review and allow you to continue to grow on a commercial basis. I'm saddened to hear that there are people out there that actually have supposedly plants in the ground or roots in the ground. That's not what the ordinance said. Your ordinance specifically told them apply, and we will review it, and we will allow you to continue after you've been approved by the board. Those people that are not compliant with the ordinance, I believe that the Sheriff's Department should go out there, should enforce it. I think the district attorney should be involved in this. I kept hearing rumors that this was going on, and I was telling my people, do not. The sheriff will go out there. The sheriff has your address. They will go out there and they will pull your plants. You will lose your right to continue. And the people that are in compliance should not be punished because they're exactly doing what you're asked them to do. Those that are not following your compliance, then I think that there would be something, somehow that there be some kind of punishment. And I would, again, please review the applications. The season is now coming upon us for them to start growing. And the longer you delay, some of these, this is their livelihood. And they're depending upon you. By following your rule, they're depending upon you to whether you're going to allow them or not allow them. And time is running out for them. So I please encourage you to do what it is that you need to do to move forward with the ordinance. And also, at the same time, let these people continue with their business. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jeff Kassler.
Hello, my name is Jeff Kassler. I'm one of the applicants that registered. I'm just here today trying to back up the fact that in the amortization period, we all sent in our applications because we were trying to be good neighbors and work with you. At this point right now, I'd just like to back up the fact that we would like to all be in compliance and work towards these regulations. I would hope that these regulations can come soon. Hopefully, we can come to a head where we can all work together to try and get rid of the bad neighbors. I guess at this point, I'd just like to say, please don't persecute the people that have come forward and said that they want to work with you. Please allow us to try and work with you. Thanks.
Thank you.
Peter Brazil.
Good morning, board members, chair, staff. My name is Peter Brazil. I'm an attorney with L&G. I have multiple clients in the county. I was going to truncate the first part of my conversation because of what the board spoke about afterwards. First and foremost, the registration and amortization process resulted in operators coming out of the shadows and availing themselves to San Benito County, its ordinance, and its laws. Any enforcement should not start with those operators. It should start with from what we're hearing, the multitude of operators that did not participate in this. You have plenty of those types of operators to be going after, probably more than you'll be able to handle before a permanent ordinance is in place anyway. Enforcement against those who registered or filed an amortization would quickly erode the trust and honesty of reporting and move away from the positive process of regulation, taxation, and future compliance. While the processes we're discussing and that are in place will require site visits, any site visit should be in furtherance of that amortization process or development of the permanent ordinance and not interfere with ongoing operations, especially kind of for minor ticky-tack issues. Now, the board has posed many questions here that I did not foresee coming, and this is what I wanted to use the balances to speak about, only because I'm going through this with Monterey County already. They had this similar process. San Benito County was very unique in that you guys instituted an amortization process. Almost every other county or municipality I've dealt with went with a straight exemption, meaning if you proved your prior existence, you got to bridge yourself over till the ordinance was in place. There wasn't any, and amortization implies a quantification that what's going to happen here, and I think what county council is trying to imply to you, there's a lot of work involved. You've got 25 or more applicants that you're going to have to go in depth with hearings, with notices. This is a lot of work for a county to be spending time and money on, where you're going to do almost that exact same process with a permanent ordinance and permitting. Monterey County ran into this problem. Now, I'm not familiar with what went on behind closed doors, but in the end, they did almost no enforcement. They got their ordinance in place. We're doing DRC hearings as we speak. I've already attended quite a few of them, and they're going through the permitting process rather than wasting efforts of the sheriff and the community and staff on a duplicative process. I mean, Superintendent or Supervisor Rivas points this out more than once, and he's right. You're going to do the same thing twice. And we didn't find any huge harm that resulted from waiting and doing this from a permanent ordinance that you took the time to draft adequately and a process that you put in place. Okay? Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Any other speak cards? None? Okay. I'll close it. Okay. 2 minutes before lunch. How fast can you talk, Barbara? No. Take your time.
Yeah, no, it's just we're seeking direction from the board about what to do with the hearings. I think that's the main decision factor today before the board.
Okay, so the question will be asked to the committee. What direction do you want from the board? committee. Supervisor Rivas?
Let me go first, Robert. Let me go first.
I mean,
I appreciate the comments. And I think one thing I took away from it is there a way moving forward between our administrative staff and the sheriff's department to coordinate, review these applications, and target non-applicants that are operating in the county?
Yes.
Is there a way to do that?
Yes.
I mean, would it be?
And the other thing, I don't want to push the ball down the road a little bit. The other thing would be for if the ad hoc committee was interested to sit down with these applications and go over them one by one and get a better feeling of who's actually applied, how many of them are, how many APNs.
I have no problem doing that so long as we have public safety there,
Yes.
and everyone at the table.
I'm with you.
Because I would need, yeah, I'm fine with that.
Okay, Mr. Supervisor Medina?
Okay, just what I'm looking at is, just so we're clear when we leave here, everybody understands what is happening. What I'd like to see is there's 25 applicants. Those 25 applicants, I believe, are tied into an APN number. Is that correct? I believe so. So, simplistically, I'm looking at it saying, well, those we would allow an additional 180 days, or until the ordinance is passed, whichever comes. If the ordinance comes first, then the 180 days are off. Then these people are reviewed again, and they may or may not be accepted. Their permit may or may not be accepted. So, just so it's clear, it's the law enforcement that can go after anyone that does not have an application, or these applications are not being, or there's an application, but it's not tied to the correct APN number.
Okay. All right, thank you.
You follow that, Robert?
Yeah, no, and I'm okay with that. And I also, in reviewing these I'm not willing to not move forward with a hearing process. I just need some more education of, especially once we review these applicants, having that discussion with public safety and with our staff. But I'm not willing to write it off just yet because we don't know how long. We anticipate we get a draft ordinance before us, but if we don't, we have to anticipate moving forward with hearings. So,
I'm giving you guys the full floor because I want you guys to
the only
we'll
problem.
give you our perspective.
The only problem I have with the application process at this point in time is there's no prerequisites. It's not black or white. There's too much gray area. So how are we going to rate these people based upon what? We don't have any criteria set. That's why I'm looking at 180 days.
Welcome to San Benito County.
Well, that's why I'm sitting here. That's why I'm sitting here talking to you, saying we don't have that. So let's fast track that 180 days, which we're working on right now. So that gives us 180 days from today to.
I agree. No,
to
I
complete
think that we're going to get regulations in place. I think we'll have a draft ordinance with strong regulations in place for this board to view. But in the case that we don't, I think that the first steps are obviously meeting with staff and coming back with the board. Maybe what we should do is agendize this next time, Barbara. And once we review these applications as soon as possible, and then we could come back and give some direction to the board as far as how we move forward.
Okay. In the interest of time, I would like to see, and I got two supervisors that have questions. I would like to see that the subcommittee meets right after the board meetings. So there's some time frames that if there's a board meeting in place, that the committee will meet right after the board meeting. I know there might be an issue of I'm too tired, we had a lot, but I think this is urgent. I think we have members of the community that wants us to reach a resolution. And I think by meeting on a Tuesday, you guys will have some structure in place that allowed you to come back to the board and say, this is our recommendation, this was what we want to do. Do you guys have any objections?
We have a meeting scheduled.
Do you guys have a meeting scheduled?
We have a meeting scheduled.
Thursday at 6 o'clock.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we have a meeting scheduled. If we have to schedule additional meetings to get through this review of applications, we'll get that done.
Okay. So you guys both are meeting this Thursday then? Okay.
Yes.
Perfect. Supervisor Munzer.
Okay. I'm ready to make a motion, whether I get a second or not, but I make the motion to direct staff to set the public hearing within the first 180 days, which will allow our law enforcement agencies to go out and prosecute those who have not adhered to our ordinance that we have in place, and to encourage the ad hoc committee to come with a full ordinance as soon as possible. And I place that in a form of motion.
I have to accept that and ask. Is there a second? No, remember, and it's going to be just for discussion of the motion.
Okay. Yeah.
So-
Yeah. You know, our current ordinance takes into account a hearing process. And if we're not going to fulfill our current ordinance, that's part of our problem with a lot of things in San Bernardino County. We just don't follow through. And I really believe that we have to be in compliance of that. Review the 25 applicants. There's some of them that probably shouldn't be operating in the areas that they're operating, or in the process of cultivation that they're in. And how do you vet some of that? I think Supervisor Medina brings up a very good question. How do you treat the applicants fairly? And one of the things that in a prior meeting we talked about, I used the term commercial growing. That's a misnomer. It's supposed to be a co-op. The only thing that's been legal in 2016 is medical marijuana growing in co-ops. And there has to be some sort of level of proof that the plants that you have is being grown for medical purposes for individuals. And I think there's state permits that exist for these operations as well. And if these applicants could prove that that's what they're doing, then they probably, should be considered to continue, their growing for these people that are in need of medical marijuana. Recreation marijuana, as far as I'm aware, is not legal at this point in time. So I think we have enough grounds to review the applicants. I think we need to do this. It's hard, and it's a duplication, as some people have mentioned, but I don't want to hinder the law enforcement to go after the bad neighbors. I think that is just imperative that we support our sheriff on this. So I'm very much supportive of the hearing process.
Thank you, Mr. Supervisor Botello. I honestly believe that no one in this board is trying to hinder the sheriff from doing his job. In fact, we can't even tell him what to do. In fact, I commend him for the work he does. It's just an issue of developing a policy for recreational marijuana. That's really what's at stake here. And I really want to vote on this item right now, so I just want to get clarification. So, Supervisor Munson, your motion is to direct the ad hoc committee to move forward within the 180 days. Here.
No, to direct staff.
I'm sorry, I apologize. Direct staff. Go ahead.
To set a hearing date within the first 180 days.
Okay.
And part of the motion was that would free up our law enforcement agencies to prosecute those who have not applied.
Okay. So basically, so the hearings have to occur irregardless, right, before we go to the next step.
Correct.
Okay. And the committee's recommendation is to hold off on that motion, allow us an opportunity to revisit and visit all 25 applicants.
Look, I'm not ready. I'm not going to write off not having these public hearings, but I need more information. And so I'm not going to support this motion on the table, but I think that we need to re-agendize for this next meeting, and so allow us to do more fact finding and to see if what the correct course of action.
Okay, I'm going to support the committee's position on this. I'm going to vote against it too, to give you guys more opportunity to meet Thursday and then come back to the board and see what kind of direction you guys can recommend to us, board.
Absolutely.
Okay, so all those
Go
ahead.
The only what I'm hearing Supervisor Munzer saying is, what happened? You said we have 180 days to do the hearings, right?
No, within the first 180 days. So we only have about 30 days.
Oh,
to set
for the initial 180 days.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Against? No.
No.
Okay. Roll call.
I'm sorry, because
It's a roll call. Hold on. Barbara. It's a roll call. Roll call.
Supervisor Medina,
No.
Supervisor Patello,
Yes.
Supervisor De La Cruz,
No.
Supervisor Munzer,
Yes.
Supervisor Rivas.
No.
Okay, motion fails. Barbara? Okay, so then at the next meeting, after the committee meets, bring back recommendations, and then Supervisor Munzer's idea will probably pass. Okay. Does the board wants to go to lunch?
Yes.
Yes. Yes. Okay, we'll go to lunch.
Bunch of-
1:30.
You know what?
This one I was not gonna.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, item number 20. This item, your board, the beginning of the year, had requested to hear every department what they do in their office. So we've invited Lynn Schmidt McQuitty to give an overview of the UC system, in particular, what services they provide in our community, and to give us an overview of helping youth in our area. So I wanted to go ahead and invite her up.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and the board members. It's my pleasure to talk with you this afternoon about what it is that our department does. We're a little bit unique compared to some of your other more traditional departments within the county. And I'd be happy to entertain any questions that you have at the conclusion of my presentation. So the University of California Cooperative Extension belongs within the Division of Agriculture and Natural Resources out of the Office of the President in Oakland. And we are collaborators with UC Berkeley, UC Davis School of Veterinary Medicine, and also UC Riverside. And what that means for you in San Benito County is we bring the resources of the University of California to the local community to serve and solve local issues through research and education. Here in San Benito County, we have 13 individuals, all paid by the University of 12 individuals paid by the University of California who work to solve issues related to agriculture, natural resources, and healthy families and communities. Of those 13 employees, 12 of them are academics, so we do applied research on local issues. All of the advisors that you see listed there have cross-county assignments. So we serve the greater area of San Benito, Santa Cruz, and Monterey counties. We also have a small farms advisor who comes down from Santa Clara County, working on things like peppers and specialty crops. Our main areas that we're working on right now, so our livestock, natural resources, and range advisor right now is working with UC Davis specialists, as well as our advisor in Monterey County on addressing the issues of tumbleweed, which have a direct relationship to economic growth here in San Benito County as it competes for open forage property for cattle to graze on. We also do a lot of work around caneberries and strawberries. As you know, methyl bromide is no longer available to be used as a fumigant for strawberry crops, so our advisors in these areas have been looking for viable alternate solutions so that producers of strawberries and caneberries do not see a reduction in their cost per product, as well as increases in their alternate sources for fumigation. Around youth development, this is my particular area. In addition to the 4-H club program, which is probably our most visible program in the 3-county area, my work is around STEM education, so science, technology, engineering, and math. I do a lot of work with school and after-school providers trying to build their capacity to do science literacy. As you know, California ranks 49th out of 50 states in science literacy, so there's a huge opportunity for increasing science awareness and science opportunities for young people. And then our overall production of agriculture. As you know, the Central Coast area has a combined value of $4.8 billion, and San Benito County is a large contributor to that. Our offices help with diagnostic determinations for pests, as well as fungi and other things related to growers' capacity to develop viable production. We also do a lot of research around methodologies to improve production. So one of the things that I think is really important is I want to talk a little bit about our funding structure so that you can have a greater appreciation for what it takes to operate our office. We essentially have 4 different types of funding, and the first one is university support. So I am a university faculty member. The university pays for my salary, and that list that I had identified earlier with the 13 employees, 12 of them are all university employees. So that comes to you at no cost out of your budget for our salaries, and the university basically then contributes 28% of our office's budget to operate here in San Benito County. The second source of funding that we have is through advisor-generated support, so through grants, through gifts, through endowment, and other types of revenue, and that makes up 8% of our budget. Advisors in the other 3 counties contribute another 2% to our budget. So this year, specifically in San Benito County, we did some research on nitrogen and irrigation research, pepper weevil research, and then also things on vegetable crops and weed science, totaling about $67,000, which was invested directly back into San Benito County. Our 4-H Youth Development Program is very active here in San Benito County. We calculate the value of volunteer hours at about $23,000 during the year. The Pew Research Center has a formula that we use to calculate that. We have 10 4-H community clubs here in San Benito County that raise their own money in order to support youth on leadership, citizenship, and life skill development. And then in 1982, the San Benito County 4-H Council received a very generous donation from the Georgia Wapple Fraser Trust to the tune of $1.8 million, which is used solely for the youth development programs, solely for 4-H members to participate in their own growth and development and to enhance the program and supply young people with opportunities for leadership in their community, specifically here in San Benito County. That results in a lot of community service as well as leadership, things like feeding the homeless, and a lot of other community service opportunities. As far as the county support goes, you roughly make up 3% of our budget. And this is our operating costs, so our vehicles, our telephones, our copy machine, and then the county also does give me a contract to hire our administrative assistant. So this person is hired at 40% time. You write a contract to the University of California, and the University of California then hires this individual, takes care of their workman's comp, their insurance, all of the payroll, and things along those lines. So the county contribution is about 3%. I think it's notable that that you may want to be aware that of the 57 counties that cooperative extension exists in California, San Benito County ranks 56th in their budget allocation. So we do a lot of work in contributions to the San Benito County with a little support from you, and we really hope to be able to continue that opportunity and bring more resources and more opportunities to not only the residents of San Benito County, but also its constituents in regards to growers in agriculture, natural resources, and human resources through the Youth Development Program. So overall, our budget is roughly around $3 million a year. Of course, that includes that very large endowment from the 4-H to the 4-H program from the Georgia Wapple Fraser Trust, which is specific only to the 4-H Youth Development Program, so we can't use that for any of our operating costs and things like that. But we do reinvest back into the community. As I said, we roughly serve about 500 young people a year throughout our programs for the young people ages 5 to 19, and then also our ongoing research around science, agriculture, and natural resources, as well as positive youth development, healthy living, and community living. We are located out on Southside Road. We are open 20 hours a week, Wednesday, Thursdays, and Fridays from 8:30 to 5. be happy to answer any questions, as well as invite any of the board members or the publics to visit us, to think about how we might collaborate, to understand better about how we make contributions to San Benito County, and also help with the viable economics in regards to agriculture and natural resources and the development of young people. Okay, so thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Munzer? No? Supervisor Botello?
I'm just curious. A couple years ago, you moved out there to Southside Road, and I thought it was a pretty good location, especially being with the Ag Department, and that's worked out all right for the most part.
One of the nicest things about being out there is being in a county facility and being connected to the county. Prior to that, as you know, we were located in the Vets building, managed by the city, so there was a little bit of a disconnect. You know, we're a unique department as it is, and then not being in a county building made us even a little bit more kind of hard to understand. So that has helped us quite a bit in regards to building relationships and fitting in with the county system and how it works. I will say, however, that there have been opportunities come up recently to add more academics to our office, but we're maxed out on space, so that might be some things that we might want to think about or consider in the future. So, for instance, several years ago, our pomology advisor had retired. We have yet to replace that position, and one of the constraints we have over that is the lack of space to put new academics in their staff. But for now, it is working very well.
Okay, well, I'm going to take this opportunity to thank you and everybody involved in the 4-H program. I think it's one of those youth activities that is so valuable, such a tradition in San Benito County for so many years, and it just continues to flourish. And all of you with the Extension Office, just the support is fantastic.
Well, thank you
very much. And want to remind everybody that the pancake breakfast is in about 3 weeks on April 23rd. And if you really, I've been going to it ever since I was a kid, and I highly recommend everybody to go out there to Pilato Park and support the 4-H program.
Thank you very much.
Didn't you used to serve, Anthony, as a kid?
No.
No.
I just ate.
Supervisor Rivas? Supervisor?
Fine, sir.
I'll open it to the public. Anyone from the public?
Marty Richard from Hollister. I think this is a terrific program. We're certainly getting our money's worth, and I'm always happy to get our money's worth. And we are sorely lacking in educational opportunity here, in my opinion. And I'm not blaming. Certainly, I don't want to slaughter your name. Is McQuitty? Is that how you say it?
Yes.
McQuitty? Thank you. And Ms. McQuitty. But and so I really appreciate what they do. And it's obvious from the numbers she put up that we're doing, we're getting our money's worth. I don't want to put her on the spot, but we have an intermediary between us and the four-year college, of course, and that's Gavilan. And in 2004, the Measure E mentions the fact that when we gave them $108 million, they was supposed to team up with a partner with a four-year university so that the residents of San Benito County could get a bachelor's degree without commuting. I read that verbatim from the ballot, so I didn't make it up. I wonder if I could put on Ms. McQuitty to tell me if Gavilan has worked with her to try and put in a four-year college here so that people could get their bachelor's degree without commuting. Put you on the spot.
Okay.
What a trap.
Thank you for the opportunity to respond. Most of the coursework that we offer, because we work in an applied nature, so it's the idea of a grower or a community has an issue, we rally resources, write grants, conduct research then to answer that community need or issue. We are not offering college credit courses towards a degree at all. We do, however, offer quite a few opportunities for continuing education. So, for instance, when I work with after-school providers or in-school providers, they can get continuing education credits through me, as well as I know a lot of the agriculture advisors, when they do workshops for pesticide applicator training, a lot of the PCAs can get credit towards continuing with their certificate. So at this point, we do not offer credit courses towards a degree, and that is by design.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Thank you.
21. Okay. County Council? I'm sorry. Ring his bells, I apologize.
Did you want to hear that item, 21? Okay.
We're going to hear it.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and start with number 21. We're going to go ahead and start off with roads. I'll invite our management analyst, Louis Valdez, to come up. Louis Valdez has taken kind of the bull by the horns over there in that office as of late to address some of the issues over there and items, and one of them is roads. So he's going to give you kind of a brief update. I'll also invite Mary Gilbert. She's going to give us kind of a brief regarding roads funding from a state and federal level. So, Louis?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. I believe the clerk has passed out a time card audit trail from the Department of Public Works. And this particular report, in an effort to begin to try and provide the board a little bit more of a systematic, a structured report to exactly the kind of work that goes on out in the field, we went ahead and pulled this report. Actually, Jake Hubble, who is our road superintendent, was able to pull this for me. This gives you basically an audit trail of all the work that has been done by the road crew in the last 45 days, how much of it was done in overtime, how much of it was done in certain locations. So what we're going to start doing, and I have spoken with the GIS department about this, we're going to start taking some of this data and we're going to break down a countywide map, and we're going to start to see if we can map the work that's done on an interactive map that you'll be able to pull up online. And so that data will be uploaded and it'll be available to you. Hopefully we'll be able to break it down by date range going forward. But I wanted to make you aware that this particular report exists. This is part of the function that some of the folks in the accounting office work on in conjunction with roads, because the monies that we get from the state and the monies that we are allocated have to be accounted in some way, shape, or form, and that's what our current effort over at the RMA department involves as well. There is no interface for this particular system at the present time into our ERP. So through the IT department and through the ERP vendor, we're working on an interface from CAMS, from the CAMS software provider, to connect directly into the ERP, because that will not only help accuracy-wise, it will also help save our accounting staff over there a lot of time. They have to double enter everything at the current time. So I wanted to make that known to you. We'll be presenting this report as we receive it every month going forward, so that you'll have an accounting of how it is our road crew is working out there. Kevin is going to give you a little bit better update on some of the work that's been done to respond to your potholes and respond to the other specific requests for service. But in addition to that, we also wanted to let the board know that through an internal system that we call K-Box, anytime now going forward that we receive an email through the Fix Our Potholes email website, or we get a phone call from Mr. Medina, or email, I should say, from Supervisor Medina at 11 o'clock at night asking us to fix a particular pothole, or Mr. Botello says, why are you sending more people over to Jerry's district than you're sending to my district? We'll be able to account for that through the K-Box
I'm already
system.
doing the math here right now.
We'll be able to account for that, and that's what the accounting system is for. So we wanted to make the board aware of that, and we're going to put a little bit, hopefully through the help of our new interim directors, a little bit better comprehensive report for you going forward. So we wanted to make you aware of that and hopefully answer any questions that you may have.
By looking at this report, Supervisor Rivas and myself, we have a We have a lot of credit in the bank that we can negotiate with my other fellow supervisors.
That's outside the scope of my my duties, Mr. Chairman.
Supervisor Bunser?
And I don't know, Louis, if you're the right one. This is a little bit off subject. Before the retreat, I asked for a presentation on where we are with the John Smith Road realignment. Did not happen per se. That's still very much a sore subject for me. I want to know if we're going to have these monthly updates. Then I want that sooner than later where we are on that realignment for John Smith Road.
I have an update for you that I have not yet. The engineering department hasn't finished that yet. Mr. Pulfer has provided me with an updated list of all those particular types of projects, and I'll be happy to give it to you after the meeting, but I wanted to wait until the following meeting to kind of put it all together in a presentation format.
And I just don't want that to, drop off the radar.
No, not at all.
Next meeting is fine, whenever is fine. I just want to make sure it stays on everybody's radar that we need to get that realignment done.
Absolutely. Going forward, we want to make sure the board has more information on its hands, not less, so that you know what's happening with a particular project, along with timelines. I'm sure the new directors will have great interest in that information, as well as the caseloads in planning and the building department as well for the permits.
And I do want to say that District 4 has roads that are 22 miles long, 24 miles long, as opposed to 1.5 miles long, like in somebody's district.
I'm going to stay out of the middle of that one, Supervisor Munzer.
Yeah, but most
Botello-
of my roads carry 10 cars for every 5 minutes, and that 20-mile road is 10 cars a day.
There are certainly traffic counts that will attest to that, and as I said, I'm not going to engage in any kind of judgment on those.
Color code the cars? These are county cars and these are city cars?
Again, Mr. Chairman, I don't have any data on those particular points, but I can work on that for you.
Supervisor Medina, you have any questions? Supervisor Rivas? No? Okay, you want to?
Okay, so thank you. And Mr. O'Neill, I'll invite up. I don't know if you... sorry.
Hold on, Louis.
Yeah, I do have a question. A little bit of storm damage roads that we had a bridge on San Felipe Road that I don't know what the status is, if it got fixed. I have a section of road in up the canyon that I see that it's still kind of somewhat dangerous, maybe real dangerous. And do we have any status as far as when those things get repaired? Because I get a call about every other day. When are you going to deal with this?
For storm-related issues, I'm going to defer to Mr. O'Neill.
Okay.
Thank you, Louis. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the board. So I've kind of been involved in this because of the storm damage to the roads, and I'll go ahead and address your concerns first, Mr. Botello. I had a conversation with our county engineer, Jim Pulfer, yesterday regarding the bridge on San Felipe. At this time, there were concerns that there was damage. However, we cannot identify anything specific. It appears most of the damage was occurred from a traffic collision that happened months ago. Does the bridge need repair work? Yes. Is it going to catastrophically fail? No. But it's not storm related. In terms of San Juan Canyon Road, there is damage. I'm very aware of the section you're talking about, as is Jake. I think we spoke about it yesterday. There's three different types of roads, right? There's our federal highway funded roads, our Caltrans roads, and then our county owned roads. And that does, to the best of my knowledge, fall under a county road. But what we need to do is we need to bid it out and have the work completed, following all the proper procedures. And I know it's on Jim Pulfer, the engineer again's desk. We spoke about it yesterday as well. And we both realize that it's an item of urgency because it is dangerous, and it does go to a state park as well as numerous homes and home businesses and et cetera. So it's on a radar. It's just one of those slower moving projects, not much different than Lover's Lane.
And that brings me to the point. I think we all understand that the limited crew that is in this report, there's just five or six names at best. One guy's not well. and there's only so much they can do. Something like that on the Canyon Road probably should be contracted right away. We're not going to do this project. Let's go out and start that process of repair, because it's been like that for 2 months or a month and a half anyway. Month and a half.
Yeah.
And that's not anything that's on our guys. That I'm not trying to throw them on the road, but it's just there's only so much we can do. We get the calls every day, and at the end, now at a month and a half, we're contract this out and go through the bidding process and all that. A dangerous section of road, I contend that we don't have to bid it out. Just get a granite construction, get granite rock, and fix that section of road before somebody gets hurt.
Yep.
It's that
I agree.
simple. I don't think we go through that bidding process, and because it's a dangerous thing.
Right. So we're kind of falling into a slower phase now that the rains have kind of calmed down, and we're working towards the FEMA reimbursement, et cetera. We want to be as quick and as careful as possible so that we can get that reimbursement. And unfortunately, that bidding, those CFR 200 requirements that Joe Paul is well aware of, all come into play when we have those federal dollars. We have an RFP out currently for a consultant to come in and help us with cost recovery, as I reported at the last board meeting. And I will get with Jim Pulfer as soon as I leave here and give him a call and tell him we need to get a consultant or a contractor down there and get our 3 quotes and get the work started.
Yeah, and in the future, I think we have to develop internal policies and procedures that gives our road superintendent a little bit more flexibility to deal with it more rapidly as well. Whether we get the funds back or not from FEMA, this is something that needs to be done, and I'm sure there's other roads in the county that are very similar. So, that's something that I'm trying to look for as well, as far as how we could do things better, quicker in the future.
Absolutely. One of the unfortunate things that comes from these types of disasters, fortunate or unfortunate, depending on how you look at it, is we don't necessarily see those gaps in policies, procedures, methodologies until something bad happens. And I think we're seeing plenty of places that we can learn and we can improve so that it doesn't happen again next time. And they're all well noted, and they'll all be addressed as soon as we can.
Thank you, Kevin.
So actually, that actually brings up a question. So once you do a post-assessment, there'll be some tools that you're going to implement that you're going to shelf in case an emergency happens. You just break that glass and say, okay. And that includes, Supervisor Batalla actually brings up a good question, is why wait for the bidding process? Just go to a vendor such as Granite Rock. Why not have maybe 2 or 3 available at the list, and we constantly call them, every 6 months. Hey, are you available? What's your specs? What are your specs? Blah blah blah.
Absolutely.
And just thinking out loud.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. What many larger jurisdictions do is all these things are pre-bid. Debris removal's pre-bid. In the event of a disaster, you will come in and do this work, at whatever the rate is. And normally that is handled through, your public works departments or your, I can't think of the state agency that does it for the state. But you're right. You basically pull that contract off the shelf. It's valid for a year, 2 years, however. What's that? GSA. A GSA, yeah. And you tell them go to work. And then when FEMA shows up, you say, hey, it was already a competitive process. We didn't give this to my uncle's company or whatever. And everything's on the up and up, and that's something we need to work towards. And we have several plans. Our debris management plan, it actually identifies that that's something we're working on. We as OES held a workshop where we met with Public Works, and that was one of the tasks that needed to happen long term. And we unfortunately just didn't get to that point yet. Debris removal is not what we needed in this instance, but that's the type of work that I believe you're speaking to.
Yeah. Okay. Perfect. Thank you, Kevin. Supervisor Munzer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, the bridge on San Felipe is open or still closed?
It is open. It has been
is
open
open.
for a couple weeks now.
Oh, okay. Thank you. I just want to say to you, Kevin, Jake, Louis, you guys have done a fantastic job in dealing with all the roads this past few months. I had a resident that was going out and marking the potholes himself with orange spray paint, which is scary and I feel is a liability of the county. And other residents were questioning why some potholes were marked and what are you county doing? Why are you marking them? Why don't you fill them? But the residents were actually taking things into their own hand, and that is not a good situation. So I want to thank you guys for all the hard work you have done for the roads. Like I said, these last couple months, I think it's paying off. We're starting to get a handle on it. And I know Supervisor Patello and I joke about, who gets the most out of the road crews, but our roads are in bad shape, and we need to come up with a plan. And I know we've been working on it, and we'll continue to work on it, and we'll come up with a plan to get our roads back up into good repair. So again, I just want to thank you guys all for working on that.
I appreciate the kind words. Thank you.
No, I just, when we're done here, I just wanted to invite Mary up as well, because she has one last part on the roads.
Okay. You guys, Louis, Kevin, you guys done with your report?
One more thing.
Sure.
I do want to publicly acknowledge Jake Hubble. Jake responds to every single call, to every single email, and to every single text message, pretty much whenever we send it. So him and his crew have done a phenomenal job, bang-up job. So I want to thank you, Jake, for all your help the past few months as well. Thumbs up.
We need to take him out to lunch then.
I'm definitely taking him out to lunch tomorrow.
Okay. All right. Mary?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Mary Gilbert, Executive Director for the Council of Governments, the Regional Transportation Planning Agency for San Benito County. I had handed out an update on our regional projects for you, so I just wanted to give you, or take this opportunity to update you on the status of some of the regional transportation projects in San Benito County, where things are. And let you know that the Council of Governments is right now working on the update to our long-range transportation plan. So the handout you have, and there are a few in the back as well, just updates you on some highway projects. So I can just kind of quickly highlight these, and then if you have questions, I'm happy to answer them. The Highway 156 Expressway project between San Juan Bautista and Hollister, I know you might get a lot of questions about that as it's a pretty high-profile project right now. Caltrans is in the final design phase and acquiring right-of-way for that project. That project is fully funded with a combination of state highway funds and local developer impact fees that have been collected here in San Benito County, and we're looking at construction in summer of 2019. So we're about 2 years away from construction for that project. And then on Highway 25, another important corridor for San Benito County, we do have a final adopted environmental document for the expressway project between Hollister and the, San Felipe Road and the San Benito County line. However, we are lacking funding for that full project, which has a project cost estimate of $230 million. Last year, COG completed a study of short-term improvements or other improvements that could be made to Highway 25 in lieu of that big $230 million expressway project. And we are looking at ways that we might be able to implement those, including coordination with Santa Clara County on the Highway 25, Highway 101 interchange, which is currently scheduled to be funded with Santa Clara County Measure B funds, a sales tax measure that was just passed in November. As part of that, we coordinate with Santa Clara on the San Benito-Santa Clara Mobility Partnership, where we're looking at the Highway 25 corridor as it relates to the State Route 152 trade corridor and alternatives for that highway alignment. So we are continuing our meetings with that group, meeting about every other month. We have slowed down in the first part of this calendar year, so our next meeting will be on April 19th. And I know Supervisor Munzer and Supervisor De La Cruz both are on that committee and will be reporting back to you. And then finally, we are still looking at rail projects in San Benito County and ways that the rail corridor might be improved, either for passenger rail service or other ways to encourage folks or to allow folks to have an alternative to driving on the Highway 25 corridor. So COG will be looking at a grant to do a plan for ways to use the rail corridor, but that would be coming later in 2017, where we'd be applying for the grant funds. So I'm happy to answer any questions, and I do have one announcement for you as well. So as I mentioned, we're working on our update to our regional transportation plan, our long-range plan. With that, we coordinate with the Association of Monterey Bay Area Governments, or AMBAG, and AMBAG will be hosting an open house here in Hollister next Thursday, April 6th. At 6 o'clock, from 6 p.m. to 7:30 p.m. at the Community Center on West Street. So your local COG staff will be there, as well as staff from AMBAG, to take comments and also to give a presentation on the planning work that we're doing as it relates to transportation and land use planning for San Benito County and the whole Monterey Bay region.
Thank you, Mary. Supervisor Medina? Hello? Munzer? Rivas? Thank you, Mary. Let me open up. Oh, does that conclude the presentation?
No, we have. So we've actually that concludes roads, but we also have a few other items under this heading. We have the fire station update and jail.
You want to hold off on that, Ray?
Okay.
Mary, do you have additional questions or comments? Go ahead. So let's piecemeal it and have the public an opportunity.
I'm sorry, I neglected to include an update on funding there, and I know the CAO had asked for that. Unfortunately, I don't have any really big news, but we are following Senate Bill 1, Assembly Bill 1, and a potential transportation funding package. So the message that we're getting is to continue to contact our state legislators to encourage a funding bill to be passed. The deadline is coming up of April 3rd, where we'd really like to see something happen. So,
okay, thank you, Mary. All right, let me open up public just for that one. Anyone from the public? None, I'll close it. Okay, continue, second part.
Yeah, so what we've done things a little bit differently. We're just going to consolidate all the items that the board's requested to have monthly updates in one agenda item. So the next one is fire station and jail expansion projects. So I've invited Adam Goldstone to come and update your board with regards to both of these projects. Adam?
Hi, good afternoon. The fire station update is brief. I'll tackle that one first. Plans will be submitted for plan check review this Friday, and the reviews have been happening pretty quickly so far, which would put us out to bid hopefully sometime in May. So we'll be back before the board in May to adopt the plans and specs and go out to bid. 3-month bid process, so construction, should be starting late summer on the fire station.
Any questions on the fire station? Supervisor Botello?
I'm just a little concerned because I thought, we had the property, we have a building, and we need a place to put the fire engine in. And are we looking at $1 million project?
That's the latest estimate that was presented, yes.
And that's what scares the heck out of me. And I just wonder, is this board, where are we getting the money for $1 million? I don't think we even have that in capital impact fees socked away. And I just wonder if we have to reevaluate that project as far as the total cost or amount of money that we should be allocating towards. Because like I said, what we need is basically just a cement slab, a metal building with kind of automatic doors, and out you go.
That's essentially what you're getting. This is a very...
For $1 million?
There's some grading that has to occur. There's some paving that has to occur. Metal buildings aren't exactly cheap. There is some renovation, obviously, to the house that's there to make it usable, as fire station residents. It's a very basic program. Unfortunately, that's what things cost. There's still a fair amount of work that's required to create a modern, safe, long-term, long-range fire facility there.
What bothers me, though, say you're right, maybe it's $1 million. Would we move forward with the project? Would we move forward with the project? Probably not. That's the way if I've done my math right.
Well, yeah, the last I've seen of what we had on our fire impact fee is about approximately $400,000 to $500,000. So, if the board wants to move forward with this project, we're going to have to get it from either general reserves or general fund or some other avenue. So that's going to be, up to the board to make that decision. Or we look at reducing the scope of it. If you want us to go back to the drawing board a little further, and I can sit down with Adam and we can look at the scope of the project and bring it back to your board.
Yeah, because I know I've never seen any details, and to put up a metal building doesn't cost $1 million. It really shouldn't. I know it's a government job, and some contractors see government walking down the street and see dollar signs, but even at that, I just don't understand why it's so much money.
Well, it is a large building, right? It's 3 bays, and it has the equipment storage and a shop room that they need for their repairs. As I said, there's grading. There's some flooding issues out there, so we have to create a retention area and then use some of that fill to create a little bit of a mound to get the new apparatus bay up above the flood level. The parking and everything that's there is not set up for that kind of traffic, the heavy vehicles and everything, so we have to do some improvements there. It needs a generator, needs a fueling station. The house is not a house anymore. The shell is staying the same and in good shape, but the entire interior needs to be redone. Bathroom, showers, kitchen, sleeping areas, all of that. So, it's more than just a metal building. There's a fair amount that has to happen there.
Well, if I could wrap up, Mr. Chairman, we need a fire station in North County. We promised North County a fire station when we entered into this. I never even dreamt that it would even approach $1 million. Own the property, have the house. San Juan had a fire station. Not that we should model ourselves how San Juan does things, but they did it relatively cheap and made a heck of a living quarters. They don't need the Taj Mahal. We don't need Fire Station 1. We don't need Fire Station 2. We don't need 3 bays.
That's what I wanted to bring up. When we're only under contract with the city for 1 engine, 2-man staff. Why do we need a 3-bay building?
In the initial design discussions with the fire department, there are 3 apparatus that are going to be stored
Was
out
that vetted through the Fire Protection Committee?
I believe so, yes. That was in the drawings I presented several months ago, and I believe it's something the chief had spoken about when he was talking about the vehicle assignments out there.
Well, maybe what we ought to be looking at is putting this thing on the back burner.
No.
Hear me out.
Supervisor Botello,
Is that I'm going to wrap up. That's not the greatest location for a North County fire station. Maybe we sell that property, invest, and we're put $1 million in a station and do all this renovation, build something from scratch and move it closer to the density that's out there, rather than possibly have a overlap with another fire station.
Supervisor Medina.
My question here is, when did this whole thing come to fruition, and how did it come to fruition? Did you guys vote on this? Did you guys pick the spot? So you picked the spot. You're talking about all this. Now you want to move it. This is my confusion.
Well, things, are kind of evolving with the fire service. We're in the second contract, and we're trying to move towards a JPA. And if for the consolidated fire service with Hollister, it was a better location than Flynn Road. We owned the property. We thought we could do it relatively inexpensive, but this $1 million, and that's just before it goes out to bid. It's probably be more, and now in my mind, that changes the whole plan going forward, especially when we don't have the funds in place.
I understand your concerns, if I may, but finding more land and building the residence from scratch, it's not going to be a cheaper proposition than what we have right now. Yes, there's some work that needs to occur out there, but we're still ahead of the game versus finding some raw land and starting from scratch. It's just my observation.
Supervisor Munzer? No. Ray?
Oh, I was just going to suggest, I really think that we probably need to go back to the drawing board with the exact number that we have in fire impact fees and what can we buy with that and come back to your board. That's what we need to do. That's my recommendation to the board. So,
but Ray, if the God, I must have been asleep at the wheel at that time. The fire committee, in conjunction with the city hall, agreed to certain services, right? And then it also included that fire station out there.
Yeah.
The Board of Supervisors approved something, I imagine, right? Otherwise, we wouldn't be talking about it right now, right?
Yep.
So, at the next meeting, for some of the supervisors, bring all that information together, put it in a package, then the board can discuss it. Not only what's the cheapest way, but how we got to the point today.
Okay.
To the point of today, and then and then maybe the board collectively say, "Oh shoot, yeah, that's what we committed." Or maybe there's some other options like putting a metal, Marcus type of structure. What do you call those roof?
Yeah,
well, that's what we're talking about. But it's
still $1 million.
It's 3 bays instead of a single bay.
Yeah, and it'll give us the opportunity. Give us some cost estimates on that structure, and not don't include. I hope I don't get in trouble. Don't include leather sofas in that technical design stuff. I mean, just speaking out loud. Okay, Supervisor Rios, any comments?
I got nothing, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I'll open up to the public on that one. Anyone? Then I'll bring it back. Okay, so we got direction, Ray?
Yep.
We'll do that. Okay. Thank you, Adam.
All right, thank you.
Okay, what's the next one?
Now we'll talk about the jail project. At your retreat last month, you approved the hiring of a construction management firm to help us here with some pre-bid activities. Since that time, we have had nearly weekly conference calls with the team, architect, consultant, our staff, and the Van Air construction management folks. And we go through a list of items that everybody's working on. The project right now is on the street for pre-qualification solicitation. It's basically a questionnaire packet of certain facts about firms that they would prepare and submit to us. It's due next Wednesday. The firms that submit packages under that process will be reviewed thoroughly and ranked, and only the certain ones that pass the test will be allowed to bid on the ultimate project when that comes out in another month or two. Right now, we're just basically trying to iron out any issues with the plans, any confusion that there may be. There's been some reviews, just trying to make it a nice, tighter set of drawings and specs. Try to nail some of the costs down, make sure there's no surprises, see if there's anything that can be done or bought cheaper, and if it's worth that. So basically that's where we're at. We're doing all those reviews. The architect is doing some revisions to the plans based on this other consultant's review of the drawings and some other comments that we've had. So we are going to have some revisions there. There may be some additional cost involved with that. We're looking at that right now, depending on what is a scope change and what is just a error correction. Obviously, they're not going to charge us for things that were wrong, but there are some other scope changes that are being considered to help with the overall reduction in construction costs, but there may be some slight additional design fees associated. So we're going through all that right now. Once the pre-qualification process is done, we will go out to bid, and that will be in approximately a month.
Thank you, Adam. Supervisor Rivas? Supervisor Munzo? Supervisor Batalla? Supervisor Dunn? Public? Direct your question to the board, Marty, please.
I will, but I didn't want him to sit down and get up again. So I just want to ask the engineering staff if in addition to all the engineering stuff on the jail drawing, whether or not the jail staff has been asked to take a look at it, senior jail staff. A lot of times things meet engineering requirements, but experience counts too. Certain designs are a problem for staff, how staff has to use things when they think about how shifts change or how areas that are not covered, adequately to see, and operational issues. The only way you learn those is on the ground, tripping over some wire that should be in the back that's in the front. So I just was wondering if the senior staff at the jail has had a chance just to look at that from an operational point of view, not from an engineering point of view. I appreciate your time, and thank you so much.
Thank you. All right. Anyone else? None? Okay. All right. Does that warrant a response?
I can certainly answer that. The sheriff's captain, Bradley, has been on the team, and prior to his arrival here, Lieutenant Escamilla, both key parts of the design process and the design team. Some of those changes I spoke about, potential changes, are as a result of continued review on that and a better understanding of the drawings and trying to address some of those operational issues to make sure that it meets their requirements.
Thank you very much.
All right. That concludes your jail presentation. Yes. Thank you. And then now we have the...
Yeah, so now, thank you,
Adam.
Adam. Yeah, and he may tag team with this, but we're going to invite Jim Wrighting-Sword, our Health and Human Services Director, up to give you a quick brief on the homelessness building and kind of the process of where we're at with the homelessness.
Actually came up. So what we've done here is we've kind of put this together in kind of a schematic. If you can envision this square right here and this square right here, these two square areas represent 1161, which we have purchased. And what we did at the top here is we put in what is it going to cost for us to build this, and where and where the funding is coming from, and then what we're estimating or what we have available for operation. This particular section, the shelter services, we expect to have online around next November, and Adam and I, keep meeting on that. So we will be in this building for shelter services for next winter. We just finished we're just finishing up this week the shelter services out at the migrant camp, and we'll be closing down out there Friday. We had about an average of about 34 on the adult side and about 20 families. On the family side, about 7 or 8 of those families arrived from the flood area. And so I had an opportunity last week to listen to a couple of the people who are living out there right now, both of whom said this was an opportunity for us to get our feet on the ground, and we now have housing and we now have jobs to go forward with. So some minor success, with a couple of folks. The next phase of this is what will be the services center. As you recall, this is a 12,000 square foot building. This is going to take about 5,000 square feet. The other 7,000 is going to be a service center, or at least a portion of it. Again, we have secured the funding from CDBG, Community Block Development Grant, in order to build this out. We've gone over the plans with Adam, and so we kind of know what we're getting into. It will not use up all the space out there, so there'll still be some space left over, which I think we can have some conversations with some of our partners. For example, we've had a brief conversation with Hazel Hawkins Hospital about maybe the potentiality of putting a health exam room out there to kind of help people move along. In terms of the operations for this section, we have secured a $1 million grant for whole person care. That grant will be for 5 years, and we haven't gotten the official letter on it, but we've told unofficially that we're going to be in. We also have put in some Prop 47 funds in coordination with the probation department. So these funds will be used to begin to run this operation out here over the next 5 years. If we're successful in doing that, then there's a high probability that both of these funds will then get renewed and will continue on. Our partners in the service center so far, Health and Human Services, Behavior Health, City, Hazel Hawkins, Community Health, what we're calling the Prop 47, that would be the contractors, and probation. We started meeting yesterday to begin to work out what is this going to look like, what is the staff going to look like, where are we going to put the staff until we can get in there, which I think last time we talked was maybe around next summer. Did I get that right? These funds will become available on the 1st of July. We are working with the county administrator staff to build budgets and staffing for that. And so we hope that, well, we don't hope. We know that we're going to have shelter services next winter starting here, and that'll be a 12-month operation. And we know that we're going to start doing services, but not necessarily in the services center, but eventually trying to bring all the providers together in one place so that we can work in a coordinated fashion to help people keep their doctor's appointments, get into housing, learn jobs, and kind of hopefully try to help people get off the street and get themselves situated. The population target for the services are homeless, those at risk at homeless, those who are high users of multiple systems, and those who have a connection with the criminal justice system. So that's our update for today.
Wow, good job. 2 questions. First one, Jim. First question is this constant stream of money that's coming in for the next 5 years.
Yeah.
Are you going to put some money set aside for a the best way I can say is reclamation kind of plan, budget plan? So
we'll probably try to do that.
Okay.
We're just at the beginning stages. I mean, we had a meeting yesterday for about an hour and a half.
Okay, perfect.
Beginning to talk about those things and trying to put that together.
Perfect. And then my other question is, if you're going to have Hazel Hawkins play a role in this, I would recommend that you ask Hazel Hawkins how they can apply for higher Medi-Cal reimbursement rates, because if they're going to see patients there, they can get a higher rate, over $100 per visit versus at someone else's office.
Yeah, please understand this is a 10-minute discussion that we had about a week ago about, would it be possible? Okay. And they said, well, we'd be willing to look at it. It would have to make financial sense for us to do it, But we're just trying to leave this open and have a discussion particularly with our public agency partners about what's the best use we can make of this facility.
So far, you're doing a good job. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Supervisor Medina.
Yes, the only question I have is I know you said there were some people at the shelter that were from the flooded area.
Yes, they were referred
And
to us.
Now, will they still be there after April, or will they be asked to leave?
They'll have to go because the south side, the migrant camp, is now going to be used for contract purposes for agriculture.
Is there something we can do?
We have different kinds of housing programs, particularly in community services and work development, and we will work with anybody to try to help them, get things going. Housing, as we've said a lot, is a huge issue in a community like this. And it's not just our community. It's many communities in California. But especially low-income housing is just really a tough nut to crack.
Thank you.
Supervisor Botello. Supervisor Rivas. Thank you. Let me open up to the public. No one? Okay.
Thank you.
Jim.
Thank you, Jim. Thank you, staff, for working on that. We're at item number 23 on our agenda.
Number 23.
This is out of our RMA office. This is going to be an update with integrated waste. I've asked Louis Valdez, our management analyst, to give your board a report. This is a report that Kathleen Gallagher put together, and staff will be reporting out on that.
If you bear with me one moment, let me bring that up. Okay, so I'm going to try and go through this. So this is a report that Kathleen Gallagher prepared for you, and I'm going to present that information in response to some of the requests that were made by the board members and also the integrated waste, the folks who are members of the regional agency. And this is the March 2017 report. First of all, the county is the lead agency for the solid waste JPA and the cost sharing agreement. And in the past recent few months, we've had the meeting of the three members of the three jurisdictions to meet to discuss various issues. The JPA was formed in 1995. That was through the need to meet the ABA 939 state recycling mandate. And the cost-sharing agreement, which was approved by this governing board and the other agencies involved, the other jurisdictions, I should say, in 1996, provides that county is the lead agency. They report to the state to meet all the mandates, and it's based on population. So it is a proportionate share of the costs involved that each agency pays for. The county agreed, as part of being the lead agency, to become the agency responsible for staffing and managing compliance reporting to Cal Recycle, the administration of the franchise agreement itself, the administration of the budget. Melinda Casillas, who's our budget and finance analyst, helps us as well. The accounting that is done through this particular agency is something that RMA handles directly right now, and that is part of the interface that I mentioned earlier that will be part of what is now going to be able to be directly entered into the ERP system. And it is through this compliance that we were able to identify that there were checks and deposits that were pending to the Integrated Waste Fund that had not yet occurred. And so that check, if you will, on this particular process and this oversight really helped save the county quite a bit of money. We staff the local task force. We also have the household hazardous waste management and contracts. We've put that information online for folks to learn more about the program itself. There is grant administration and management, public education and outreach for residents and businesses, and more requirements in the CSAs. There are several new provisions in legislation that occur right now. AB 341 is the mandatory business recycling, which is a 75% recycling goal. There's AB 1826, which is an organics recycling requirement. And one that's particularly interesting is AB 876, which requires reporting reorganics capacity over a 15-year period. So all of these areas, and I'm not going to go through all of them, but those are all areas that are new mandates in state law that integrated waste needs to report on. There are two key components of the integrated waste management function. One is the landfill agreement, and the other one is the franchise agreement. Of course, the landfill agreement deals directly with revenue, tonnage, compliance, permitting, and operations. Of course, a big issue there is the out-of-county waste that's hauled into the landfill. And, of course, going forward, the franchise agreement and the negotiations that are currently taking place to see if there is a way to move forward there collectively is a very big issue as well. Major projects that are underway, integrated waste through CSG Consultants has the landfill action plan that was created to help mitigate the negative impacts of that out-of-county tonnage that I just alluded to. 80+% tonnage is from out of county, and this has major negative impacts on our roads and the community in general, and obviously on the infrastructure. The impacts are very significant. The Nexus study that is currently underway, that we're currently formulating, I should say, the Nexus for, is going to focus on quantifying the impacts of what that out-of-county hauling of tonnage into the county has on the community. And part of what the results will render is how do we negotiate for improved terms for county roads and what potential fees on county tonnage can exist. As you are aware, there were at one time surcharges that reflected those kinds of effects, but legislation has changed and effects have changed, and so there's a new need to quantify that. There's an extensive review of the landfill agreement that took place by CSG, and they identified several issues, including a flawed mechanism for adjusting the landfill depletion fee, the incomplete disposal capacity reporting requirements to the state. I kind of just went through that, and shortcomings in the annual COLA process. And the action plan that was approved by the board was developed to address these major flaws, and there is a timeline that I believe CSG has provided in as part of the report to make you aware of where that is going forward. Additional projects are the recycling improvements at the landfill. We work collaboratively with Waste Connections to improve recycling at the landfill. There's a new free mattress recycling program, new improvements to access and traffic flow patterns for recycling-only users, and there is a new website, I should say a new page on the website highlighting the free recycling options that are available at the landfill. And going forward, the meetings will focus on discussions around tonnage, revenue, disposal capacity, and reporting permits, as well as the resulting savings to the county. The major discussion that, of course, the board is aware of is the administration of the expiring franchise agreement, and that expires June of 2018. And there are some major decisions that this board, as well as the City of Hollister and San Juan Bautista, will be needing to make. There will be staff reports, presentations, data, and rates provided. And in November of 2016, that data in its current form was presented to San Juan Bautista. The board heard it that same year in December. City of Hollister heard it 2 times, once in January and once in February of this year, and the ad hoc committee for the new franchise agreement met to discuss those alternatives. Some of you were involved in that, and so those discussions are currently ongoing. There's additional compliance reporting to the state that is occurring, including electronic annual reports to CalRecycle that are submitted to CalRecycle annually on behalf of the 3 regional agency members. There's also the regional agency summary plan review that's underway, as well as a local task force on how to approach some issues that have arisen from that group, and the household hazardous waste reporting. And I alluded to the grants administration. Part of that grant administration is HD23 grant for public events and collection in the county, and construction and demolition recycling program improvements for compliance with the Cal Green Code. There are additional improvements and projects. I won't go through all of them. Perhaps 2 of the most important ones are the update to the JPA that include the governing structure. There's been a question about how that structure functions from a practical perspective. And also a need because of the issues that have arisen recently between some of the member agencies to increase collaboration and communication among all the members so that going forward there is a clear sense and a clear path of what the expectations are and what the boards and the collective members want for staff to do on their behalf. Finally, you have the program budget overview. These are the major components that make up the integrated waste function. You have the integrated waste fund, the landfill depletion fee, county staff, salaries and benefits. You also have the regional agency fund. You have the cost sharing payments that come out of there, as well as the fund balance transfers and also county staff salaries and consultant services. So that is a major overview of integrated waste. The additional reports that the board may want to have, we will be happy to provide those to you via PowerPoint or in writing. And of course, they're always available to respond to any questions that the board may have. Any questions?
Okay. From the committee, Supervisor Munzer, Supervisor Botello,
No.
Supervisor Rivas. Open up for the public. No one? Anyone from the public? None. I'll close it. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Louis. All right, that concludes our regular meeting. Closed session now.
Number 24, closed session, public employee evaluation, title Agricultural Commissioner Sealer, Weights and Measures, Authority Government Code, Section 54957. 25, closed session, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation pursuant to subdivisions A and D1 of Government Code, Section 54956.9. The name of the case is Cynthia Petty and Robert Petty versus County of San Benito, Superior Court of California, County of San Benito, case number CU 15-00121. 26, closed session, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, subdivisions A and D1 of subdivision 54956.9. BMC Promise Way LLC versus County of San Benito, City of Hollister et al. Superior Court of California, County of San Benito, case number CU 15-00056. 27, closed session, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, subdivisions A and D1 of 54956.9. Award Homes versus County of San Benito et al. Superior Court, County of San Benito, CU 15-00099. And lastly, closed session, conference with labor negotiators, county designated representatives, Allison Hayek, Ray Espinoza, Joe Paul Gonzalez, Melinda Casillas, Georgia Cochran, Steve Coffey, employee organizations or institutions association, law enforcement management employees groups, SEIU Local 521, SEIU Local 2015, Deputy Sheriff's Association, confidential management, appointed department heads, and unrepresented employees.
Okay, thank you. Any comments from the public? None? Okay, we'll go to closed session now.